just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your world. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my pen frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your world. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want a story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. And I don't wanna pretend
like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free. And it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. With every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on a centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come and do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come and do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, tasty. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Give it to me now.
I didn't know why we parted. I didn't know I went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot episode. Ooh, yeah.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what
Okay, anything that you can do, I can do what you do. Talk to this shit. Heart been swapped, blue too hard, like a nigga got more. I'm blind to the truth. Gotta talk money talking, I'm always in the loop. Okay, anything that you can do, I can do what you do. Talk to this shit. Heart been swapped, blue too hard, like a nigga got more. I ain't seen death to the. Gotta talk money talking, I'm always in the loop. I'm a working murder with
拿下下一个第一。
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，笑笑。
Let go by。
机器上的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的回归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Hello， 现场以及屏幕前各位亲爱的召唤师们，大家下午好，欢迎来到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第1赛季的赛前颁奖仪式。我是子琪。在本赛季呢，涌现出了许多表现优异的选手，他们的亮眼操作更是值得嘉奖。那么今天呢，我们即将颁发出英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛常规赛的击杀王、助攻王，以及 WRL A1 赛季的 Apex 赛区 MVP、CN 赛区 MVP 共计4个奖项。 Hello everyone, welcome to the awards ceremony of the Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. In the season, we got lots of the excellent players come out in the season, and their outstanding performance is commendable. So now we're gonna award for the Wild Rift League Asia 1 kills leader and the assist leader, also the CN MVP and APAC MVP of the season. 那么接下来呢，我们即将颁出来的呢是 WRL A1 常规赛的击杀王以及助攻王2个奖项。 让我们恭喜 TTZ 获得了 WRL A1 常规赛的击杀王 ，KBG UU 获得了 WRL A1 常规赛的助攻王。有请2位选手上台。So the kills leader goes to TTZ and the assist leader goes to KBG UU。欢迎2位选手啊！首先想要采访一下我们的周周，有没有想到自己拿到了这个击杀王，现在心情怎么样呢？
很意外，就是完全没有想到。
So Z just said I'm kind of surprising about the result. It's out of my mind. 那接下来想问一下我们的悠悠拿到助攻王心情怎么样呢？
感觉很奇妙吧，因为我们教练跟我们说的最多就是发育，没有想到我们打了这么多的架。
Okay, Yu just says kind of the miracle. Our coach just told us to be more stable during the game, but we don't think we have fed so much. 那么接下来呢，就让我们有请腾讯体育总监 WRL 总负责人冯潇先生上台为2位选手颁奖。 Now we're gonna have the director of TJ Sports, head of the Wild Rift League Competitive Operations Lead, Eric Feng, to present an award for both players. 也有请冯潇先生和2位选手共同合影留念。感谢我们的冯潇先生，也再次恭喜2位选手获奖，大家可以下台就坐。 那接下来呢，将为大家颁发的奖项是 WRL A1 赛区 A1 赛季 Apex 赛区的 MVP 选手，让我们恭喜 KTRY Rito， 有请选手上台。Now we're gonna have the Apex MVP of Wild Rift League Asia 1 goes to KTRY Rito。首先肯定也是要采访一下我们 Rito 的这个获奖的感想啊，就是今天拿到这个 Apex 赛区的 MVP， 有没有在你的意料之中？然后现在内心感受怎么样呢？
에펙 MVP 생각해본 적 있어요? 그리고 MVP 받아들였잖아요. 그리고 하고 싶은 말 있어요?
MVP 받을 줄 생각도 못했었고 이번 MVP 받아서 기분이 너무 좋고 이번에 우승 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.谢谢.
Thank you.
是从来没想过会拿到这个 MVP， 然后拿到这个 MVP 觉得很开心，然后这次大赛也会努力。 取胜的。
Okay, Rito just said I'm pretty happy about the result and kind of surprising too. But we're gonna try our best on the final and have this championship title. 我也非常感谢我们的 Rito 选手以及我们的翻译。那接下来我们要颁发的奖项是 WRL A1 赛季 CN 赛区的 MVP， 让我们恭喜 KBG 安然9选手，有请选手上台。So the CN MVP of the Wild Rift League Asia 1 goes to KBG 安然9。 恭喜恭喜安然9！有没有想过 CN 赛区的 MVP 最终是被你收入囊中了？
首先我非常意外能够拿下这次常规赛 MVP 这个奖项嘛。非常感谢英雄联盟手游和英雄联盟手游赛事官方给我们提供了这么好的一个平台，让我们展现自己。然后也非常感谢 KBG 电子竞技俱乐部和感谢勇哥和媛姐一直以来在背后默默的支持我们，然后做我们最坚强的后盾嘛。也非常感谢。 我的教练、我的队友，还有每一位支持 KBG 电子竞技俱乐部的粉丝、观众朋友们，谢谢你们一直以来对我们的支持和鼓励。然后我们也会继续加油，然后 再得更多的荣誉。
Okay, Iron just said, thanks to the official league of the Wild Rift League, and thank you for supporting us such a good tournament. And I'm gonna give all the credit to our team member, our boss, and thank you for our coach, our teammates. Without your support, I couldn't get here to have these awards. And thank you again to all the audience who have back home watching and support us for a long time. We're gonna get more awards for you guys. 那也非常感谢我们2位选手。接下来呢，就有请腾劲体育总监 WRL 总负责人冯潇先生上台为2位选手颁奖。Now we're gonna have the director of TJ Sports, head of the Wild Rift League competitive operation lead, Eric Fong, to present the awards for both players. 也有请我们的冯潇先生和2位选手合影留念。再次感谢冯潇先生，也再次恭喜2位选手获奖，请大家下台就座。Now you can take your seat. Thank you. 到此呢，我们英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第1赛季的赛前颁奖仪式到这里就告一段落了。让我们再次感谢颁奖嘉宾以及我们获奖的4位选手。稍后呢，将为大家带来的是 KBG 战队与 Nova 战队的对决，究竟谁能够顶住压力，拿下最后一张通往决赛的门票？让我们拭目以待。So that's all for the award ceremony of the Wild Rift League Asia 1. So we're gonna have the KeepBest Gaming versus Nova Esports. So who can take under the pressure to get the last ticket into the final? Let's get right to it.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
拿下下一个第1。
There's the gold wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let go by.
提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
It is time for one last match between Nova Esports and KeepBest Gaming. They met twice already in this tournament, one in the regular season, day 1, and here in the playoffs as well. And now they will meet one last time for the qualifying for the finals. Hi, we are your casters, Giang and Nautilus. We are ready for this series. We are very excited. Let's get to it.
One slot remaining, Giang. Only one will advance, while the other's journey will have to end here tonight. And again, it's really thrilling to see the 7-game series that we will have for today. I'm calling it now. I know it will really go the distance because of how even all our teams are. We have some notes and we did, of course, study and observe the tendencies for both teams. I will be laying out my predictions in a bit, but we have to begin everything by explaining how it all come to this. And you would see here, KBG and Nova, winners bracket round number 1. Nova pushed KBG over to the lower bracket. Then, in the lower bracket, KBG just stampede, right? Just steamrolled almost everyone except for Thunder Talk. Now, who is on their way? Nova again because of what happened yesterday against J-Team.
It has been an incredible journey here in the playoffs for the CN Conference side. A lot of we have seen some teams really give our top teams a big challenge. Right now, J-Team is waiting to whoever wins here in the lower bracket finals as well. And this matchup has been going the distance. The only team to give KBG a run for the money, a beatdown, a hard time is Nova Esports. They've done it twice. The question of which they will be able to do it again is now being contested though by KeepBest Gaming, especially after the win of J-Team yesterday against Nova Esports.
True, like at least there is a clear blueprint as to how to attack Nova Esports. But same can be said for KBG. I mean, one should not forget what happened in that very historic game number 7 between KBG and Thunder Talk, in where everyone knows that Thunder Talk had it in the bag, but KBG was still resilient enough to reverse their fortunes. Their starting 5, KG Daton, the MVP, CN MVP of WRLA Season 1 on Run 9, fielding the mid lane, Shama, the Ash God, and of course, the number 1 assist guy in CN Conference in UU.
Oh yeah, 2 awards in 1 team. That is how extraordinary these players are. Here are the champion pool that they possess. Definitely, it's getting wider by the tournament goes, especially with the introduction of our new champions, the Ornn and the Volibear, in which we have seen Daton and UU try out and tested out a couple of games. And those are the ways that KBG can expand the horizon, taking on Nova Esports once more, because we also have seen some methods that J-Team has used to take them down.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to really pin down actually both teams. Well, we can say that to both teams, but we have to really pinpoint one of the things that we think will be closely monitored in this matchup. And I know I'm, being ahead of what we need to discuss, but the tone really needs to step up, right? Because in the matchup between the tone and Long, it has always been Long being able to really find the better trades, the better smites. Because yesterday, like we saw Long hesitating against 0711. In fact, one would say that 0711 did really outperform Long, the MVP from Icons Global. Now we look into the lineup of Nova Esports. Long needs help. Yitze, Nian, Remake, and Yami, the Icons Global Champion, is here to finally put that exclamation point against KBG.
Yeah, he needs assistance at the start of the match, because there is a tendency for an upset to be happening when an invade happens, which was demonstrated by J-Team in a couple of games yesterday. And also in objective takings, Long does need assistance as well to be able to clear the path so that he can land a better smite, because if he just goes in solo, it's really challenging. There are times that he's able to do it miraculously, but in this case, I think he needs more than just himself individually going in and setting things up, because everything is on the line right now. The final spot is on the line.
Yeah, and I kind of want to circle down one very big pick here for Nova Esports in the mid lane, and that's the Corki. Because yesterday we saw Neon performing okay on that Corki pickup. But one thing that really made me double think or think twice about this Corki pickup is the Kaisa priority by J-Team, right? Like, we know for a fact that Yetzi is so good and has 100% win rate on the Corki, but they have decided to first pick and prioritize Kaisa over Corki in the mid lane, and that I think is something that we will closely monitor during the drafting phase, because with what happened yesterday, I'm ready to say that Kaisa is the better pickup against the Corki. But again, to the head-to-head, Giang, and this is again the key matchup that we will have. The Tone from KBG will be up against the legend himself, Long. And again, yesterday, Long was able to get 2 out of 3 MVPs, but 0711 was able to really out-jungle Long in the 7-game Grouping series.
Yeah, and securing 4 MVPs as well. It was the reason why Long had a hard time, and that should be the goal of the Ton as well. He has to step up. We have same sentiments on this guy right now on the side of KeepBest Gaming. There is a blueprint already on how to give Long a hard time. There are a couple of champions that Long actually struggles going up against, and that was demonstrated by J-Team yesterday. The Olaf, even the Volibear at one point by J-Team against Nova Esports proved to be really effective against them. Long as well will be preparing for this matchup because he is definitely not satisfied with his performance yesterday. He wasn't the jungle god himself yesterday.
Like, there were glimpses for sure. We saw his Aatrox at one point getting a triple kill to start everything and then ending with a 10-0 record. The potential to pop off is always there for Mr. Long. It just so happened that, you know, it really comes down as to who secures the Smite fight. And that's the reason why we think highly of the Kha'Zix pickup in the jungle. Well, we go over to the other side of the map, and this is the Dragon Lane matchup. Shama versus Remake. For sure, 100% Shama's Ashe needs to be respected. Because again, every time that Shama gets his hands on the Ashe, his enchanted crystal arrow comes out of nowhere, right? Like,
oh yeah.
Oftentimes you would see, or you would be able to at least spot the Ashe throwing the enchanted crystal arrow because there's, you know, some indicator in the minimap. However, the way he pats the arrow is through the dark areas, and if you don't have vision along those paths, things can really go dire. And this is definitely one of the things that I really want to talk about because, again, just looking at Nova Remake, not really a big Ashe player, right? You know, Shama is willing to play for the team.
That's why we see some bans yesterday on the Ashe, and it's going to be a key tool element for sure by KBG to have this champion ready and available for Shama. One of the ways that J-Team was actually able to control Nova Esports is through the bans. When they are on blue side, they ban the Kai'Sa and the Gragas. When they are on the red side, they make sure that Nova Esports won't be able to pick up champions like the Ashe or the Jax. And those preparations definitely took a dent on Nova Esports. If KBG can replicate that and also find a way to get their key champions in place for them to fully utilize, then that's going to be a good sign. Because right now we see some contrast in our stats. There's a team. Dragons definitely for Nova Esports. Heralds, not most of the time because they focus on scaling. KBG loves accelerating the game through the Herald, through getting towers, through getting gold. They need to find ways to contest the Dragon takings as well.
And that's a blueprint that J-Team did do yesterday, right? Every single time that they won, they will be getting a lot of tower plates, right? And the best way to do it is to go for the first herald of the game, and denying the second dragon or third dragon will negate the 3 dragon stack win condition again. If you go for the first dragon, what you kind of want to do is to pressure your opponent that, hey, you know what, if you give us 2 more dragons, we'll have unlimited stats that will join our team, and you know, from there on it will just be a nightmare. But if you are able to control the tempo and plant those visions ahead of any objective fights, then similar to what happened with J-Team, you can steamroll the game. We look into... okay. So we go to the Michelle, and we're going for the introduction and the catwalk of the players.
已经来到了季后赛的最后一个比赛日，在季后赛的13个比赛日的激烈角逐之中呢，最终我们有2支来自于 APEC 赛区的战队以及1支来自 CN 赛区的战队已经率先锁定了决赛的名额，而决赛的最后一张入场券将会花落谁家，我们也将在今日揭晓。那 那么决赛的最后一个名额呢，将在 KBG 战队与 Nova 战队之间决出。两支战队在本赛季的第3次相遇，究竟是由 KBG 战队力克心魔成功复仇，还是由 Nova 战队延续强势表现顺利挺进决赛的舞台呢？让我们一起来揭晓吧。Hello everyone, welcome back to the 2023 World League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. We are coming to the last day of the playoff. After 13 tight days of the competition, we got 2 teams from APAC and another 1 team from CN finally secured their position into the final. So who can take the last ticket? We're gonna get right to it. The last position gonna be decided between the KeepBest Gaming and the Nova Esports, the third meeting of 2 teams. So whether the KeepBest Gaming can overcome their devil inside to take the revenge, or the Nova gonna go on with their strong performance and finally event into the final. Let's get right to it. 那么接下来呢，就让我们有请2支战队登场。Now let's give up to KeepBest Gaming and Nova Esports.
It's time.
古有孙悟空3打白骨精，今有 Nova 3打 KBG。顺便问一下，你今天说那句话还说得明白不？
给你们机会，你们也不中用啊。
Wow. Short and concise words from Andran. We see even a kick coming in from Yitse. They're gonna kick them out.
A roundhouse kick. I don't know what you call it, but oh man, Yitse just showing his Lee Sin outside of the game skills. But make no mistake, he's the Baron laner, and okay, maybe the Camille. Maybe that's that's his version of the tactical sweep or precision protocol. But there you go, guys. That is the trash talk event in where we see Long having a very good sense of humor. He was laughing all the way, and I love the energy from Nova.
Oh yeah, I mean Nova Esports incredibly positive. Even KeepBest Gaming
in the jungle,
fascinating
Nova,
poses
KBG,
from both KG and Yitse. Our matchup of this series, Long and the Dathon gonna be matching for one last time here for the battle for the final spot. It's gonna be an incredible pressure for both of them, but hopefully one will prevail.
The only one, there will only be one team that will be prevailing for sure, because the other one will go straight to preparations for WRL Season 2. That's what we know, right?
Oh yeah.
Can we announce it? I think we can announce it, right? Like, there will be a Season 2 for WRL. And so this is just the beginning of everything. Lots of story to unfold. And it's just fitting that we have this as our final playoffs match before the final stage. Because if we remember, day number 1 or week number 1, right? The key matchup, the highlight match, was between Nova Esports and KBG, where that was the Yami Maho diff, right? Where he used the Galio to get Anran's head. Anran on the Akali was not able to move, and that was the pivotal point, right? Like, that game went the distance around 24 minutes or 25 minutes. It's a very even rematch team. True, and now we have to, again, remind everyone that Nova Esports is the Icons global champion. Meanwhile, KeepBest Gaming, they are here to defend. They are WRL Season 2 champion. And during the group stages, they looked invincible.
Right now is a clash that is, well, we really loved seeing this, especially the first and second time. But right now, as it is going to be the last, it even puts a lot of pressure not only to them, but even to the supporters right now of these 2 teams, because they really look forward to seeing them on the finals, looking to dominate. KeepBest Gaming, definitely if they win this, they're on the fast track to having a big momentum, actually, to win this tournament as well, because their only contestant would be J-Team based on history. as well, based on how the matchups has been here in the playoffs. In the APAC side, they have a really good run. Nova Esports had a decent run as well, and the only problem, the only boulder they have, the obstacle that they have in front of them is KeepBest Gaming and J-Team, if ever. And this is the first step in order to set the dominance in the stage.
The stage has been set as well, right? Like this being the revenge game. Even Michelle is saying that the sweet word of revenge, because we all know that KeepBest Gaming, their bane, the only team that was able to defeat them throughout the group stages and throughout the playoffs is this team, Nova Esports. It's like a puzzle that they cannot solve. But right now, the puzzle continues because Nova Esports is banning one of the champions that KBG is very good in utilizing in the Shen. Meanwhile, KBG answers with a volley bear ban.
I don't think Nova Esports is ever going to be interested in a Shen lineup, especially that Long wants to be the main carry, prioritizing champions like Fiora or the Shen Zhao at the very least, and just being a massive playmaker and a damage dealer as well. And Yitse normally just likes picking champions like Garen or a Renekton to have a stable Baron lane, in a sense. Good recognition of Xiaomo's potential to utilize his Ashe. They take it away from him. They take the Vi from the Dawn as well.
Camille being banned. Oh, remake. Not being allowed to play the Ziggs. So is this a core key priority for Neon? Oh, this is going to be an Ornn. We have to remember that Yami prefers to play the Ornn over the Gragas. And so if you're UU, I think it's time for them. Actually, they have an option to not really lock down this Gragas, but there is this risk of this Gragas to go to Yami and then the Ornn going to the top lane. So might as well just secure it now. Just follow the formula, the blueprint that J-Team did set yesterday, and where you just lock down the Gragas and its impact is definitely felt for the entirety of the series.
Yeah. Every time the Gragas was available, J-Team took it without hesitation. And we saw the output that they had through DY in that match. That's going to be replicated by UU. We'll see the UU special on this champion. Nova Esports has to be ready.
Hey, this is our topic just a while back. We did discuss that the Kaisa and the Corki, who really is the best mid lane ADC right now, or best mid lane marksman. After yesterday's performance, I kind of want to really give it towards the Kaisa, because the Kaisa, especially the Void Seeker, it's almost unlimited, right? Unlimited ammunition, very good range as well, very good scaling, and the killer's instinct to really get inside and get the killing blow onto the primary targets is really key. Now, KBG is going to lock down the Kazakhs as a response to the Fiora. We know that yesterday, Long was able to pop off on the Fiora during his first game, but was answered immediately by J-Team when they drafted a composition that has a Karma, really pinning down this Fiora and making sure that the lane game won't happen.
Yeah. Kazakhs, possibly a Karma as well here on KBG, right? Because this Corki go to the mid lane for Anna, and definitely really reflecting how much investment they are willing to have in order to prepare for this match right now. The notes that they have taken from yesterday is just incredible. Even the respect on the Swain is present here by KeepBest Gaming.
Zeri being banned away, as well as we all know that Unrun really heavily prioritizes the Zeri. Now, this Kazakhs is, of course, going to get picked up, not because it is the best champion of the Tone. We have to remember that his best champion are the utility champions such as the Vi, such as the Shen. But this Kazakhs has a special feature, special skill, right?
Oh, yeah.
We all know that when it comes to objective takings, Kazakhs is number one, right? If you combine your Taser Fear or your skill 1 with your Smite, it just allows you to have that sudden burst to be able to get that one up against Long. And again, when talking about Smite fights against the jungle god himself, you need every bit of advantage.
Yeah. Every bit of advantage, every bit of ways that you can outsmite him, you have to take it without hesitation. Every single additional damage that you can have against this possible Fiora jungle of Long is going to be needed every single time. Since the Nautilus is being hovered right now, this possibly would be a Baron lane Ornn here for Yitze.
Okay, and KBG is borrowing the playbook of Thunder Talk. You draft a double marksman, we draft an assassin for Unrun 9. And I have to talk about Unrun 9, the MVP. Oh man, that was the Baron laner of that was Don 128 in your screen. He's closely observing, right? He's watching. Okay, so who's going to join us for the upcoming panels? But the viewer support rating as well tells a very big story here. Lots of fans of Nova Esports is in full support, and they want them to join J-Team in the final stage.
This is basically KBG evolving so much right now, taking notes of even Z on his Akali on how they were able to take them down twice with this champion itself, and 2 MVPs were even secured by Z just because of his performance on the Akali. And now that Andran gets this champion, man, that's a lot of backline threat. He can just put this Ezreal of Neon and the Kai'Sa of Remake to dust with the damage of this champion.
To sleep, to dust, right? Like being that Thanos, being that snapper. Right? But we have to remember, this is again the play that was very effective when Thunder Talk played it, right? It's almost a similar formula. They want a tank in the top lane. Shin was on the Garen mostly. And then of course on Run 9, we all know that when it comes to being able to play this champion, you cannot get the MVP if you cannot play, this Akali. And his number of solo kills, we have to remember he's number 1 in solo kills for the entirety of the group stage. Although the number 1 killer or the most bloodthirsty player is Z, Unrun 9 is just capable of winning the 1v1s by himself.
Yeah. That's the star of KeepBest Gaming. Right now, KG is being threatened. Boom! One more auto attack!
Passive!
Oh, unfortunate there for KeepBest Gaming. Neon gets a free kill.
It is indeed the best start possible for Neon, because again, with just extra gold, that would allow you to have the upper hand in this matchup against the assassin. Oh man, did you see that passive stacks, the void stacks, right?
Yeah.
Right at the end of it all, rocking the passive, you definitely have to respect the damage output of the Kai'Sa at this stage. And we look into Yitze, he's getting that grasp in dying, and there you go, last hit, rocking Void Seekers, or the Plasma stacks, or Void stacks, is just key. That's first blood for Nova.
That's very unfortunate for KG. It's lightness calculation that the damage won't be enough. The cast and drain timing with the auto attack is just perfect. Zero counterplay. Even if KG flashes out, the damage would still be there and he'd still be dead.
We also saw a remake on the actually, was it remake? Oh yeah, he was on the Ezreal yesterday, right? Like, because I remember there was a match in where there was an Ezreal for Nova Esports, and then there was a Zoe that he just arcane shifted forward, got the head of the Zoe. That's definitely one of the things that we will carefully monitor all throughout this game, number 1. But if anything, like Neon already having that 1-0 is definitely a very good start for this mid laner, because again, you need every bit of gold advantage, especially against the CN MVP and Unrun.
Yeah, I mean, it's one step closer to the ban immune. And earlier scaling means earlier pop-off later on.
Yeah.
And Neon wants every bit of gold that can be injected onto him. That's why even Yami is helping him out to bring a couple of plates here in the mid lane. Andran, given the range disadvantage, is gonna be forced to just give these plates away.
Yeah. This is one way to control an assassin in the mid lane. We know that the range advantage will definitely put you in a very advantageous position. But looking on the top side, KBG also gets their hands on some tower plates. Hold that thought. Level 5 and run.
He'll be backing away though. Took too much damage
Crucial
from
barrage.
Yami.
Okay.
Ooh, by a hairline.
Yeah. One Timo. Okay. Yitze will be okay. Again, one of the main attraction of why you draft Orin is that you can buy items outside the base. And the best item to buy are the HP items, right? Because it kind of makes you beat that solid rock. Oh,
It's gonna be fine, supposedly. You a little bit deep there.
Yeah.
But again, it's just a pressure that KBG keeps on putting here in the Baron lane so that eventually they can take this tower down.
Warmog's already completed, but I don't think he has enough bonus health to activate the Warmog's armor passive. I think he needs at least one more Ruby Crystal or one Giant's Belt to get that unlimited HP regen going for him. But again, just going back to what happened on the top side, that's also Yu missing his explosive cask, and he has to do better. We have to remember DY was immaculate on the champion yesterday, and was definitely a very integral part as to why JT was able to get that series win. And here, if KBG really wants that sweet revenge, Yu has to step up.
Oh yeah, I mean, they have the tools. They have the damage. They have the possible setups that they can make to take down Nova Esports. It's up to them and how they're gonna be timing it against Nova Esports right now. Because Nova is gonna be playing it very passively. Defensively, they have good front lines on the Ornn, on the Nautilus. Relatively okay DPS as well, since they do have the Fiora, and they're just gonna be waiting for Remake and Dian to pop off later on. It's so hard to chase them down because the folks are real. It's an Ezreal with the Arcane Shift, and also the Void Seekers coming in later from Neon is going to be so irritating.
Wait. Is this real? KBG going for the Dragon, meanwhile Nova Esports going for the Rift Herald. It does look like the Nova learned their lesson from yesterday and kind of wants to borrow a play from J-Team. Call for the Forge God, Yitze, going to connect onto 2, but no follow-up as of yet.
Yeah, Nova Esports just are able to take this Rift Herald, and KBG gets a scaling objective for themselves. And this way, Nova Esports can open the mid lane right now. Maybe even use it a little bit later when KBG would attempt to gank on the side lane so that they can maximize it, maybe go for a second charge as well, because right now things are looking good for Neon, things are looking good for Remake, and Long hasn't been threatened at all just yet.
And they don't have to force anything, right? Like at this point, they have a very good scaling team. Fiora is a late game champion for sure, even if it's played in the jungle. The damage is relative to your items. Same could be said, of course, to the Ezreal and the Kai'Sa. Like, this is really designed to win the late game. But KBG here to contest. Rift Herald is still alive and could get the second charge.
They're going to be trying to take it down. Looks like they are not successful. Second charge completed, fully maximizing that RH. Nova Esports actually targeted the bot lanes, and it has more plates than the mid lane. I'm not so sure with the top lane though. We haven't really seen that tower just yet. It might have been a lot healthier, but not enough to go like second charge. So Nova Esports just wanting to play it more safely. They are staying at a relatively good gold lead nonetheless.
Yeah. Speaking of the tower on the top lane, just one more tower plate here to be farmed on the top side. But the Garen will respect the potential of Nova Esports rotating on the top side. Right on cue, because there was someone there. That Tone, by the way, also buying Serpent's Fang, anti-shield item. This is patch 4.2a, so this is still not the buffed version of that item. But regardless of it being buffed or not, just the passive of being able to negate all those shields coming from the Nautilus is going to be key.
Oh yeah, it's one of the items that we have seen not prioritized by some teams that were heavily punished. Right now, you just cannot risk it as of at this point. KBG maximizing it at the moment. They're also playing it safe, waiting for Andran to get his items going. 2-3 items is the killer situation right now for KBG, and which backline of Nova Esports will always shiver in fear.
I kind of just want to highlight one important thing as well. That Nova is now willing to put the Ornn on the top side, right? And have Yami on a more comfortable champion. And this is not a knock against Yami, but I really think he's not that comfortable on the Ornn compared to the other champions. And it is also very obvious that if you are on the Ornn, you don't really have the best disengage option as a support. And in this long drawn out team fights, you need disengage.
Yeah, some of the supports after they have been trying out the Ornn struggle with this champion simply because of the lack of disengage, and oftentimes you see them losing that game in which they force themselves with this champion. Nova Esports responding really well. Four players are ahead against their counter matchups. 2,000 gold lead, still playing things very stable. This time around, I think they can start to contest the second dragon because oftentimes KBG just walks away.
You have to. You definitely have to contest the second dragon, regardless of what happens here, because the pressure of the third dragon is going to be very deadly. Run.
Good hook. That's a flash. Perfect execution. Not at all perfect as Nova Esports still pins him down, and that will help them secure this tower as well.
More gold for Nova Esports. And is that a Leandris already completed for the Kai'Sa? I think so, because I was seeing some burn damage. Later on, we'll be looking into the items, but that's actually a good buy, especially against the Garen and against the Gragas, because we all know that Leandris is percent health damage, and it's not too bad, especially on an AP Kai'Sa, because you basically have two choices. It's either you go for the Leandris or you go for the Riftmaker, and I dare say it, right? Leandris, on a perfect condition such as this, is a better choice.
If you want to go for poke, and just go for the Leandris right now. The Dragon falling down onto the hands of Nova Esports. Perfect chain CC, but they're gonna trade the support for the objective. They're happy with that already as they walk away. KBG no longer pushing through.
Still, the gold is on the side of Nova, and more importantly, they were able to deny the 3 dragon stack win condition for KBG. The Tone, though, very proactive in going to the other side of the map, and they know that the members of Nova Esports did go back, and so it will be a safe batting here. However, Nova is actually doing the same thing, right?
Yeah.
You take my blue, I take your blue.
This is an improvement, a massive improvement on the macro plays of Nova Esports. Just demonstrates how well they've learned during their match against J-Team as well. KG will take this tower in the top lane since no one's there to defend it. Nova Esports threatening in the bot lane in the mid lane though. That's why we see some of the players of KBG pushed a little bit back. It's not yet the time for them to engage onto them.
KG getting that tower on top lane is huge, but what is bigger is this kill that they could do against Itze.
Taking so much time. He's just so tanky. 2 items. Warmog, Sunfire, unkillable.
Yeah, and so now what he will be doing is to just relax, drink some Coca-Cola, and regen back to full health. That is it right now with Warmog's armor. Everything is okay. He feels refreshed. Nothing happened, and KBG invested a lot of ultimates there. Yu used his explosive cask, perfect execution as well. But again, you need more to be able to kill an Ornn, especially if it's an Ornn that is on the top lane. Because we have to know, or we have to note, that this Ornn being on the top lane means that he has more gold.
Later on, this Ornn is going to be a problem here for KBG. It takes so much time for them to take him down. Side lane controls are starting to be a problem for KG against this matchup as well. There's not yet an instance that we have seen any threat to Remake and Neon. They're being able to successfully farm, and through their build as well, focusing on the pokes just amplifies that lack of range that KBG actually has to close the distance. Big responsibility again to Yu later on, because that cast has to be picture perfect all the time.
True, and the only way that Nova would be able to kill this Ornn is if the Tone will be there, or Venra. Oh, wait. Okay, this is for way player only, right? But the Tone may show himself off. You know what? Itze knows something is amiss, and we'll just back away and be A-okay, be safe. That's actually a very good way to, of course, control the wave, right? All of the Forge God with the shortened cooldowns here in the Wild Rift can be used for wave clearing purposes, especially knowing if there's no big objective to fight for in the next few minutes. Then sure, go ahead and just fire away your ult every single time that you feel the need to do so.
Yeah, and the only thing it needs to do is freeze the wave a little bit closer towards Battle and it should be fine. KBG will not be able to kill him in time, even if they dive under the tower. We have seen a highlight already in which Ratel secured 3 kills under the tower. KBG doesn't want that. They're just allowing this Ornn right now to be settled down here. Andran is happy farming as well. Nova Esports looking for some avenues, maybe to face them in a Baron or sneak away a Baron. But KBG is keeping track all the time. They're being very composed.
Yeah, and I think this is where KBG choosing... Oh, okay. So what happened there, Yeats is giving his passive to Remake. And so now Remake can buy items. So that's the interaction. There's no clear like indication in game of who has the passive, but you know, when it gets zoomed by our production team, that just means one thing, right? The passive interaction is already happening and Remake can buy items 5 times outside the base.
Right now, the Dragons spawns and KBG, they want to take it. They're being threatened though. That's engaged. Good knockoff. Stasis to buy some time. The backline will be penetrated, but Andran still taking some damage. Good, perfect execution. Long is very low. The sword is dropped here onto Yitze, but still able to charge his way away from the harms. Wait, Yu very low, but still able to stay alive. Neon tries to steal, and it does! How is this possible? Remake getting the dragon now. KBG is being threatened. Andran goes back, goes into stasis mode, unsuccessful in killing Yami, goes in with a hook, and he's dead. Nova Esports basically outplayed them in that fight.
That's a big problem. You drafted Kha'Zix for one purpose, and that is to win smite fights. That was not even a smite fight. That was just the Ezreal arcane shifting inside, timing his auto attack or skill properly to get that Infernal Dragon, which is going to be huge. We look into that replay once again, and you would see here that their target was Long. They want to execute him, assassinate him as early as possible, but because of that repose, he was able to negate the execution damage. We'll look into that replay once again. There's something happening on live right now. Baron being taken, half health already.
Yeah, half health already, or about 60%. Call of the Forge God will not connect onto anyone, but it's enough to shove the members of KBG away. That's a steal on the Dragons. That's so frustrating for KBG for sure.
That was a perfectly timed Mystic shot, right? Like, oh man, Remake is just a beast on this Ezreal. And again, this double scaling composition by Nova was their recipe to really get the upper hand against KBG. KBG did try to respond by drafting their very own assassin. However, with the way things are going, with the pace this game has gone, the assassin is not allowed to really impact the game. Andran 9, 0 to win, 0, definitely behind the counterparts right now. Especially, we know this. If you're an assassin, you cannot go behind. If you ever go behind, you stay behind the entire game.
Long as well investing a lot on the sustain so that he can survive for the longest of time, and that additional HP and shield that he has from the Sterox definitely helped him survive that fight a while ago and just win a major objective here in this match right now. Nova Esports securing 2 imported dragons, Infernal and Mountain. It's just perfect. They have the damage, they have the tank, both will benefit from this buff.
True. Yeah, perfect. This is, I believe, the perfect set of dragons that you could hope for if you're Nova Esports.
Yeah.
Like, imagine a Mountain Dragon, a double stack Mountain Dragon helping out this Ornn. There's more resistances for him, and then you have the Infernal Dragon that will help boost the damage of Remake, Long, and Neon. I think, okay, so Yitze used his passive beside Long. Okay, so this is, for those players or for those viewers that hasn't played the Ornn yet, you have to be closest, or you will be able to give the passive to whomever is closest to you. So you kind of have to build your items very close as to where you want to share your passive with. So that's why I think the observers was focusing down that he was trying to help out Long. So now Long has access to buy items outside the base. Crazy,
this
right?
Is like perfect, yeah. it's another advantage that they have against KeepBest Gaming. I mean, they have the pokes, they have the buys, they have sustain, they have durability, additional damage as well. How can KBG this time even close the distance? Not even a poke is a problem here for Nova Esports. KBG needs to close the distance right now, but it's just so hard to do that because every time they poke their nose inside a perimeter or inside an area, Nova Esports is there to always chunk them out.
Yeah, and again, those pokes coming from... okay, that charge going to be used, plus the true shot barrage. Again, speaking of pokes, Neon definitely should have the upper hand, right? Like, unlimited amount of Void Seekers coming the way of KBG, and they're not being allowed to even set foot without damage. Oh man, this is so hard, extremely hard for KBG. You look at the Garen. Garen's already half health. He doesn't have Warmonks, but he does have passive. Another Void Seeker connects onto KG.
Oh man, this is just so tough right now for KBG.
Okay. The tone?
They need a miracle. They need a massive good play. Yami flashing in. Is not going to be catching anyone as of the moment. But the Elder Dragon's still a chance for KBG. If they can get this without any casualties, maybe they can win. Andran is being spotted out. That's engaged. They turn onto the other members. Yami
that's all.
Very low. Daton as well. He has to fall back. There's no healing on KBG's side. Killer Instinct's going to come through. He's burning to death. And Kaisa gets one. Neon is going to be falling back for the meantime. The Void Seekers are just a big problem here for KBG, and they're pressuring them down here for the Elder Dragon. Yuyu goes in with a cast, but it's simply not enough. Tries to buy some time with a stasis, but it's still going to be falling down. Healing now with the Grand Challenge. Jathon just desperately trying to close the distance onto the Dragon, but he has no access to it. The Ezreal picks him up. KBG lost the Elder Dragon, lost 3 members, and Nova Esports just gets everything here.
He can get this. He can get this. Assassination. There you go. Elder Dragon helping Yietze. And just adding insult to the injuries, building items in front of you, man. You know what item he was trying to build? The tombstone. The gravestone, right? Like, okay, so this is where you died. Oh man, like Nova.
I'll pick a coffin for you.
Very decisive team fight, dude. Like that fight was a clean one for Nova Esports. KBG could not do a thing. And again, this is why you draft a double marksman composition if you're KBG and not really over-experiment with the assassin. I'm not saying that Unrun 9 is not capable to play the assassin, but if you are going to play the assassin and won't be able to pick up the pace, accelerate the game in your favor, and it's going to be very hard against the triple scaling composition of Nova.
It's just a masterclass of positioning and team fight manipulation here by Nova Esports. It's as if that we're seeing J-Team right now in this jersey of Nova Esports. Right now, they're basically reflecting what they have learned from their previous match, and they're applying it against KBG right now and having the biggest effect at 10,000 gold lead. 2 Dragon Stacks, a double buff as well with the Baron Elder. They're closing this game right now. Knocking, bashing the doors. The Ton is dead. There's nothing that KBG can do. They're just desperately trying to defend their base right now, but the knockout is going to be there for the Call of the Forge God. Another member is dead. Yisse just tanking everything as the rest of Nova Esports completes this game number 1. Incredible victory.
My biggest take, Kaisa needs to be prioritized. Kaisa is just, I think, the better Corki option right now. I know that Yietze is very comfortable on your Corki, but if anything, yesterday, just the fact that J-Team is willing to draft the Kaisa over the Corki, when Yietze was the one playing, we have to remember that Yietze is 100% win rate on the Corki. The fact that they are ignoring the Corki in favor of the Kaisa should say something, right? And now Nova Esports was able to pick it up, and it was a clean performance from Nova. Long was not even needed. It was all Neon. It was all Yietze, right? Like those two helping hand in hand to really be able to have that solid shield and solid spear to pierce through KBG in this game number 1.
This is the support that we talked about a while ago that Long needed. right now everyone is pitching in. Everyone is
2k damage. Long did 2k damage.
Oh
Wait.
my lord.
And they won? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I was like, I'm gonna be the carry. Then the rest of the team was like, nope, we're the carry now, bro. Just sit back, relax. We got this, buddy.
This is a problem for KBG. Just the fact that Long did not even need to help out. Right, exactly. And did not even need to help out. I mean, the only thing that he did for a team fight is to use his Grand Challenge on a dying member and there will be a healing zone. Pretty much how I play Fiora. But... oh man, the game itself, 2,000 damage coming from the superstar jungler of Nova Esports, and yet they end up winning. Summarizes everything that we need to monitor for the entirety of the series.
Yeah.
Because again, to us, KBG is also very formidable in playing a double marksman composition. In fact, we believe that this is a team that is the best when playing the double marksman comp.
Yeah.
However, game number 1, we saw their KBG trying to adjust their playstyle, drafting the assassin. The assassin did not really do anything.
Not even leaving a scratch here, the Nova Esports. You know, there's something wrong when Long doesn't need to step up, when he is not needed. I mean, he was making impact. He was doing really good works here in this game, but even Remake secured a dragon for the team. He had a star moment there as well, that KBG thought they had the dragon. This is basically them right now facing two teams at the same time. They're facing the wrath of Nova Esports with the discipline and strategies of J-Team right now.
It's like Cell from Dragon Ball Z, right? Like after defeating an opponent, he gets to absorb everyone. Now it's all up to KBG to improve and be the Gohan in the series, maybe. But we'll see. Okay, that is some Dragon Ball Z references for everybody. If you will allow me to play, or if you will allow me to, you know, say my anime references, I do have a lot. I tell you.
Yeah, it's just fascinating, man. We're seeing a lot of figures in here, and one figure's Remake just having an incredible performance here with this Ezreal. The steal, the damage, the pokes, the synergy as well, the confidence of this player, he was untouched.
Yeah, you can give it to Remake. I think the steal on the Infernal Dragon was very important, and that's the reason why he was awarded the MVP. But you can give it to Neon. Neon was, oh man. I think if anything, it should be a co-MVP between Remake and Neon, and you can even give the MVP to Yeats as well, right?
Yeah.
But man, oh man, Nova Esports 1-0 already.
This is massive by Nova Esports. KBG has to step up. We will see that if that's gonna happen later on. We'll just go into a short break, guys. My name is Giyang with Autolus. We'll see you in a bit.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRL CN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRL CN with an impressive winner stake, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram BRU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRL CN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRLCN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus EDG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRLCN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top rank will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains, who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition?
Incredible performance by Nova Esports, and right now they have really established a good momentum to start the series up. Let's see if KBG can turn the tides around and equalize the score. Hi guys, we're your casters, Kiang and Nautilus. We're ready for game number 2, and that the Kali pick from Andran definitely did not have the results that he wanted to have.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the best possible option for their squad right then and there. I believe Zeri was, of course, the best option, but Zeri did get respected and they get banned. I wonder if Lucian is an option, because just imagine this, right? You know, the matchup between the Ornn and the Akali, there's no kill threat whatsoever. But if you at least put a marksman on the side lane, then there will be some way or some point in where you will be able to dominate on the side lane and get advantages from there. I think that's where Nova Esports slow the game down, because just by having that Ornn on the side lane, Unrun9 was not able to rack up any kills. Add to the fact that he was 0-2 at one point, and it was just easy for Nova Esports to implement their game plan. Now Nova Esports going for the same set of bans, meanwhile KBG no changes at all. Oh wait, this is them prioritizing Kai'Sa over the Ornn. Surely you have to go get the Ornn, right? If you're KBG.
But the Gragas though is one thing, and the Corki looks like it's going to be the same approach here by both teams.
Yeah, I understand, you know. Mr. 2K has joined game number 2. Same draft from game number 1. Fiora will most likely go to long, unless they will flex it on towards Itze. They will still be respecting the Yasuo of Neon. To those that are unaware, Yasuo is the best champion that Neon has played in the past, currently at 100% win rate. So there's... You know what?
8-0.
I'm really confused as to why teams have abandoned the Yone hype train. I still think that Yone is a very good champion right now. Will be able to get his hands onto the squishy marksman. It's not like the Akali for sure, because if you're the Akali, you were able to enter the team fight, buy a lot of time using Twilight Shroud. But Yone for Unrun9 is also a pleasure to watch. We have to remember that this guy, his mechanics is the best right now in the mid lane.
Like insane, right? His mechanics are just out of this world. One of the best, not the best mid laner out there in this entire earth. And Maybe. At one point we will see him. I mean, it's bound to happen, right? Some teams are gonna need to adjust and risk something out. Especially, for instance, KBG banning out the Yasuo. Maybe Nova Esports is gonna be interested in taking the Yone later on. But now, since they did not respect the Swain, they pick it up.
Yeah, which will be the same formula, where we saw Nova Esports getting that game 1 win. Neon would be that meat shield in the middle of the team fight, while allowing Long to get the damage and onto the primary targets. Okay, and the adjustment is on KBG side. Rather than going for the Garen, they went for the Renekton, and again, this is an okay matchup for the Renekton. At least he will be able to apply pressure, especially if you go for the dueling build. But we've seen a lot of Renekton go for the Black Cleaver as his first item, mainly because he needs a lot of HP to counter out all those tower dives that happen in the first few minutes of the game. Yeah, we'll have a look into this, but I'm still liking the draft of Nova Esports.
Yeah, right. It's still insane. It's still amazing to see that they picked up the Kai'Sa. They still have good poke. This time, team fighting is more grounded on their side because they have someone, the Noxus General, that is so difficult to kill come mid to late game.
Yeah.
We saw the potential of this champion just a few days ago. And in this case, KBG will be needing to find ways to take him down fast, but also take down Long at the same time, fast as well. It's just so difficult to do that right now that the Kai'Sa is still in the mix.
Yeah, well, in being able... Okay, wait. I think this Jace is going to the Dragon lane instead of going to Unrun. Okay. Again, J-Team is one of the teams that often does this because they have Pan in the Dragon lane. Yesterday, I was asked by one of our local player. He asked me, where is Barry? I have the same question. I think he's still in the bench and is still with the team. But because of Pan's performance, especially with them qualifying for the final stage, there's no reason for them to field Barry.
Oh, yeah. It's just Gel there cheering as well during their match. Right now, it's not yet the time for him to shine. We have seen Pan instead shine really brightly in their matches recently. And in this case, we have to see Shama step up, Andran as well. Still the same situation as earlier. Neon having a good leverage against this mid laner.
Face rush, by the way, for Neon. So 1-2 hits plus, of course, the skill will allow him to get that move speed boost. And the thing about what's happening right now is Unrun 9 is constantly losing out on the trades. Like, Neon hasn't even used his, or hasn't even popped his Honey Fruit here. Meanwhile, Unrun already half health, so this is an okay lane for the Swain. I thought initially that it should be Corki favored, but turns out with the face rush, you could do wonders on the Swain pickup.
And since Yu is going to be there helping him out, that's again another advantage that Nova Esports is going to have here in this bottom lane. Because Xiaoma's going to be losing turret plates here. Yu's here, at least recover the deficit that they have against Xiaoma. But again, our concern goes back in the mid lane once more.
Okay, so the fact that they were able to spot Long through the Scrying Bloom is already information provided to KBG. I don't think that Yami, Remake, and Long would be able to threaten a 3-man dive. Although Nautilus is one of the best supports to really dive just because of the shields and whatnot, you still have to respect the counterplay of a Jace as well, because Jace is one of the best early game champions because of one thing. He has a lot of damaging skills, right? 6 skills available to you at level 3. Plus the passive whenever you switch your weapon. So, and I just have to respect that. Meanwhile, on the top side, KG already has completed... Oh, that's on.
Neon, the damage is huge. Neon gonna be forced back, doesn't have a Honey Fruit, so he will recall for now. Anran's pressure has been alleviated for now.
And that is why I think the Tone's Kha'Zix is very different from the other Kha'Zix players that we often see. Because if it was a different Kha'Zix player, or had it been... Who is your favorite Kha'Zix player? Just G, okay. For example, Just G. If it was Just G will be flashing in and will not be content.
Going for the kill, right?
Yeah, exactly. And if when talking about KBG, especially the Tone, the way he plays this Kha'Zix is to really be able to get advantages here and there, and of course secure objectives when it comes to smite fights. But the kill threat is not always showing. I guess that's my only qualm whenever I see the Tone on the Kha'Zix.
It's playing as utility. I think that's the one way to state it out, right?
Long range engage
from downtown right to the tip, but Yu still gonna be able to survive. Anon is there to help out. The damage is also high.
Here comes the Taunt.
With Long, with the Taunt, I think Nova Esports has to back away. There's the jump this time around. Yami still manages to get out. Fortunately.
They are stacked on top of each other. Isolation, of course, is not going to be there. But that was a very good engage coming from Yeats there, right? The long range engage of the Call of the Forge God did hit Yu, but did not really amount onto any kills. And that's also information being provided to KBG that ultimate will not be available for the upcoming potential team fight in this Rift Herald or Dragon. If you are both these teams, kind of want the Rift Herald, especially knowing that this is the Mountain Dragon, and normally if it's the Mountain Dragon, you will have enough time to still be able to challenge it even after securing the Rift Herald. Depends as to how you position yourselves at 5 minutes, because it is indeed the healthiest dragon that we have in the game. But it does look like that Nova is just doubling down and will be focusing this dragon. Meanwhile, KBG goes for the RH instead.
Maybe it's because the towers are too healthy, in which there's no chance to get 2 charges on the RH, that Nova Esports decided to just take this dragon, unlike a while ago wherein they have secured a lot of gold. Long though gonna get spotted out. He needs to be extra careful, he needs to get away. Fire gonna be used, good flash to dodge that cask, and he's gonna be fine.
Okay. So preemptive use of repost and a good respect flash by Long, because for sure if it connected, he's very dead. And that also slows down KBG to be able to respond towards any pushes that KBG would be doing right now. You look at what's happening here in the mid lane. KBG set and focus to take down this tower in the mid lane. That's the first brick for KBG. Tower plates wise, since there is no lane swap, it's expected that the tower plates will be at the minimum. And this is what's happening right now.
KBG is happy that they are able to take this mid-tier one down. That's gonna help the rotations later on and deny some of those on Nova Esports side. It's one way to leverage down in this game. Shamba is doing incredible work despite being pressured a while ago by both Remake and Yami. Is still sitting at the top of the charts. The Taunt as well. Andran this time around isn't having the deaths that he had earlier in game 1. So later on, he's going to be able to do what he needs to do. And Nova Esports this time around has to be on guard all the time, because KBG likes surprises. We don't know when Yu will actually go in. A while ago, he spotted Long out, but was hesitating for a little bit, just wanted to force out a couple of his spells. But on team fights, he is just so different. He approaches things in a big surprise way that Nova Esports always needs to watch his surroundings.
For sure, right? Like that's the strength of CN supports. Almost every single one of them. And the fact that he has the most assists for the entirety of the group stage means one thing. He is a god on any support. Gragas, for sure, is one of them. KG, by the way, going for the Blade of the Ruin King. So going for the, the path in where you can deal as much damage as you can rather than going straight for the team-oriented Black Cleaver is a welcome side for me, because again, as an Ornn, you will definitely have the advantage just because you won't need to go home. But Burst can still scare you every now and then, right? As a Renekton, and with the Renekton, all you really have to do is to continue to press on the continue to move forward, make sure the minions is pushing in your favor, because that's how you win as a Renekton. You.
That's a good cast, but still, it's so difficult to take this Swain down. It's without the Kha'Zix, without the Jace, it's so hard for them to get a pick off. Right now, the depth chart's gonna cast it here onto the Thon. Good way to pin him down, and he's dead. Nova Esports gets the better pick off here against KBG.
Yeah, and he was not allowed to move at all. That single target lockdown of a Nautilus is just so deadly, especially against a Kha'Zix, right? Like, this is the second game in a row that we see Yami on the Nautilus, and we have pointed out that a Nautilus is a very good counter to a Kha'Zix just because of the sudden lockdown and burst that your teammate can provide in that second. That's the first blood after 8 minutes and 30 seconds. It's clear that Nova is still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, this game has been slow, but it's actually favoring Nova Esports at this point. Renekton is gonna fall off, the Jade is gonna fall off, but a lot of champions here on Nova Esports side are gonna continue scaling up. KBG has to find ways to put the favors on their side right now. The kills are not on their side. They're being too passive here at this point. Yes, KBG, especially the Thon, wants to serve as utility here in focusing down on taking these dragons, these objectives for KBG. But if they don't find the kills, eventually Nova Esports is gonna become more unstoppable. True. Because they have so many front lines, they have so many crowd controls, they have the healing as well. Even if you take Remake down, it's still a long way to go to win a fight.
The Tone might be able to win this by getting that huge chunk of health from Long. He was able to do so, immediately leaping in, and they have a small window of opportunity to take this Ice Dragon. Can they maximize? Long is already full health and is ready to contest this.
There's a cast, but only to the Ornn. Now they call on the Forge God. Really good knock up here onto the Thon. They're focusing on Web Killer KG. Instinct and a flash, and he's dead. They got the jungler here of KBG, but the backline has been breached. Double kill by the Kaisa. Remake is on fire as KBG just walks away from the dragon. Nova Esports wins this for the second time.
It's so hard to win a team fight, especially at 9 minutes with a Swain fully stacked on Rod of Ages, and we all know that Swain in this game is a very big wall that you have to overcome. KG did actually his part. He was able to penetrate and flank towards the carries of Nova Esports, but we're talking about the Kaiser, we're talking about champions that will be able to relocate themselves from one point to another. Let's look at as to how that happened once again. That Tone getting hit again and again, just being focused down by Nova Esports, not being allowed to play no 50-50 if the Kha'Zix is dead.
Yeah, KG wasn't even able to penetrate the backline at that point. He wanted to, but was surprised when Remake casted that Killer Instinct, was on the other side, and they couldn't reach him anymore. That's why he was only able to take down one member of Nova Esports. And right now, even if the gold is even, they're sitting very comfortably. They will not hesitate to do these things. Man, it's a stomp.
And Nova Esports, although they are just 1k ahead, the threat of the third dragon being secured by Nova Esports will also be there. And the longer this game goes, we all know that the scaling composition for Nova will just be more deadly. Oh no, 4-0-2 Remake. Kaisa needs to get banned or prioritized by KBG, because this cannot be allowed to happen.
He even got triple kill a while ago. 3 kills in that dragon fight. Long this time around, it's being threatened. Good use of the repose, wasn't knocked back, and now they turn onto the Renekton. KBG just suffering immensely in this fight right now. Nova Esports just keeps on getting what they want.
Perfect combination of having a tank and damage dealer. So Yeats, Call of the Forge God hits and run 9.
And they turn on to Shama instead. Pin him down, kill him out. KBG running for the high heels, but they're simply not able
One more.
to land the
Oh,
shots here
okay.
into Nova Esports. Fortunately, the Taunt survives, but that's just basically Baron
this
now.
is true, and this will melt really fast. With the Kaisa, with the Fiora. Oh man, it took how many seconds for them to shred down this Baron? All people alive for Nova Esports, and again and again, KBG cannot solve the Nova problem.
And oh my god, we're definitely seeing J-Team on Nova Esports right now. This is the exact playstyle that they have. Very slow, very passive, but when they strike hard.
Yeah, like look at that play. Hitsu hitting that Call of the Forge God on towards Enron 9 just means one thing: easy activator for that Killer's Instinct. And if you're a remake, you don't even have to go for that long range, hard to hit Void Seeker. You go Killer's Instinct in, you hit your normal attack, you tap your second skill and your first skill, and that's an instant delete towards the carries of KBG. It's so easy to execute, and that's why this Kaisa is just becoming the difference maker in this finals, in this in this best of 7 between Nova and KBG.
2 versus 1. Long should be dead. Andran picks up the kill as well. So perfect for KBG, at least alleviate the pressure in top lane. And yeah, that combo is very much possible, especially 3 items here for remake. This guy is just so rich at this point. He can basically do anything.
Yeah, he can buy anything. Oh man, you look at the items by remake right now. You go for the Leanders and go for the Rift Maker, so that's the double hunting guys combo. That's not often. It's not often that we see it. By the way, the dragon will be spawning up here. We all know the 3 dragon win condition. If ever that Nova gets this, it's definitely a GG go next angle.
You have to take this, but you need to be very careful because again, Call of the Forge God, teleporting coming as well from Long's gonna be here. Andran is just pushed back so far away from this fight right now.
Okay.
Shama struggling, and they are pinning down.
I mean, you look at Dion.
KG trying to recover. The taunt as well spotted out. He's just zoned away. Nothing that they can do to Neon. 3 versus 1, not a problem. Finally, the Noxus General falls down. Good suppression there by KG, pinning down so many members, but it's still not enough. Nova Esports win, even by a small margin. They still win and will get this 3rd dragon.
I remember during the Icons Global, Singe was a very hot contested pick in the mid lane. And you know what? Again, Swain is my improved version of Singe, right? Like, it has the same purpose. It has to be that wall that will be able to negate a lot of damage from the opposing side, and that's what he was doing, right? He was boxing out 3 people by himself, buying what? Just 2 items is what's needed by the Swain. You buy Rod of Ages very cheap. You buy Ryla's Crystal Scepter very cheap as well. And then you will have an earlier access to the Stasis Engine. And that's why I think that this Swain pickup is very valuable to all the CN teams that we have, because it's so economically friendly that it unlocks your other members even further.
Yeah. He can do so much, so many wonders here in this fight. Neon's basically saying you have 2 choices here, KBG. Either attempt to engage with me, slowing you down, or you can try to burst me out. But good luck in doing that. And they tried going for the latter option. They struggled. It took so much time. And Nova Esports won because of that as well.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you build grievous wounds to negate the healing. Just the flat amount of health that you get from those items is actually enough, and that is, again, right, like the Swain being that big hurdle for Unrun 9 and Shama to be able to deal enough damage to the backline. And Nova is just running away with things already with 3 dragons. Oh man. Again, I did say this is a GG go next angle. Like, their win rate right now, unless something happens, like a pause right now. Yeah, there's a pause. But again, just going back to my point, I really think that it's close to insurmountable. I believe that Nova Esports, with their lineup right now, with their gold lead right now, with the dragon lead that they have right now, it's already a clear 2-0 in their favor. And KBG should look forward towards game number 3. The coach of KBG needs to adjust his game plan, because whatever Nova wants to accomplish in game 1 and game 2, they were able to do it perfectly.
Oh yeah, this is basically the game now for Nova Esports. It would take them screwing up for KBG to win this game. And that's unlikely right now at this point for Nova Esports. Just on the mere fact of how clean they are performing and playing in this game right now. The macro is so good. The micros are so good. The target selections are perfect. And the way that they are just constantly pushing back the Ton and Andran is creating so many problems for KBG that they just can't do anything to take them down. KG is trying his very best to pierce through the backline, deal damage, suppress them, and attract all the attention to him. But he can only do so much. Andran and the Ton needs to step up. They need to find a way to recover this.
The problem has been solved. The problem being reported by Andran9 is a technical problem outside of the problem that they're facing in game number 2 right now, where they are really are behind, so behind in the game. There is a technical problem that has now been solved. That's good, right? We don't want any more of that. Hopefully no more pauses. But Nova Esports, again, if they just remain calm and collected, they can just finish up with a win in the lead after this game.
Yami's just fine. Even if the cast was invested, a lot of tools was
okay,
invested.
good plan.
Here. Oh, that's just perfect. Yami's gonna be falling down, but so does the Crocodile. Oh, man. Unfortunate for KBG. That's a worthy trade for Nova Esports.
That's a Renekton. Oh, man. Renekton goes extinct after just one skill coming from Remake. Oh, man, the collapse. True. It's a 1-for-1. It's a 1-for-1 for sure. And if you're KBG, you would love to get those trades in because you're so far behind, and whatever trade you can get, Long will be able to spot that Tone.
Has to go invisible. Still able to flash away. The knockup is there. Nia's surely gonna be chasing him out. It's very tanky. Good use of the package. But they take the Gragas anyways. They're fine with this already. Nova Esports attempting to take this Elder Dragon. The Ton, low health. He has to take this. But how?
That's on the far right hand side, not even close in reaching this Elder Dragon pit. Wait, hang on. Okay, Long will be able to secure the Elder Dragon, and that should be it. With the Elder Dragon buff, Nova Esports can just march down the mid lane or bot lane and finish up this game with a very comfortable lead.
This is the Infinity Stones coming up. The last one needed by Nova Esports to close this game out. They're setting up for it, and they will be unstoppable. Their win will be inevitable at this point. Starting it up, KBG, they don't have the Ton.
Can't do anything right now. Like you says, that solid Brock, big bouncer, cannot even get past the gate. Oh man. Like imagine if Itza is a bouncer in a club that you kind of want to enter.
Just watching from like the other side of the street.
You cannot. Imagine a bouncer saying Call of the Forge God. Like, oh no.
No.
Yeah, but right now, like KBG again, they know what's up. With these two boss, we're just waiting for formalities here, and Nova Esports, it should just be an easy march from here on out. KBG should not have enough tools to contest this, unless if Nova Esports decide to be over aggressive.
They says, but they do have the Elder. Just the burn is enough to take members down. They turn. That's a good flank by KG, but it says this by the Kaisa Remix still survives. KBG, they tried desperately to turn the tides around, but there is just no way given here by Nova Esports. Andran dealing damage though, but he gets turned. The Nexus is being focused, and Nova Esports will get game 2.
Oh man, this is starting to become not just a technical problem for KBG, but you know, a real draft problem. Okay, I'll say it. It's a draft problem. They have to recognize the fact that one, Kai'Sa is in a state in where it can just influence the game in a very good and safe way, just because of the item pathing that we are seeing from most Kai'Sas nowadays. It is also hurting them that the Ornn being let through is now being played in the Baron lane, in where Yeetsa cannot do anything, right? It doesn't have to do anything, right? The Yeetsa will just be that solid rock, solid foundation, and can still be that long range engage, and that's what you want, right? Like, oh man, this game, Remake, 38k damage. Oof. You know what? Like, I hope they finally give the MVP to the Kai'Sa, because I really think Kai'Sa by Neon and now Kai'Sa Remake is...
Now he deserves it. Now it should be him. Right?
It should be a Kai'Sa. It should be a Kai'Sa diff, right? Unless if you want to give it to Neon, because Neon was also very good on that swing. It was also the reason why KBG cannot do a thing. Not to mention that Yami has been perfect in catching the tone. The tone, the jungler from KBG not being allowed to play at all. Nautilus sees him, depth charge right away, lockdown right away, killer's instinct, Icathian Rain, bye-bye, good night, see you next game.
It's just a flawless execution here by Nova Esports. KBG has to pick blue side if they want to secure this champion out. Deny it from Remake, deny it from Neon as well, because they just fully utilize these champions and make sure that KBG regrets giving them the blue side the first pick priority. And yeah, surely the MVP is gonna go to Remake unless Neon gets handed over the MVP or Long, since all the objectives was taken there by Nova Esports as well. But again, similar to game number 1, just every single member of Nova Esports performing at their peak level right now, and KBG just can't do anything to stop the momentum right now.
And now, Giyang, the pressure definitely is on KBG. If they end up losing game number 3, that's a 3-0 hole that you have to crawl out from. And I am not 100% sure if we ever had a reverse sweep on a 7-game series. On the 5-game series, for sure, right? We have seen, reverse sweeps happen in the 5-game series. But on a 7-game series, it's just too much to ask from your squad. Nova's Remake gets the MVP. That's 2 MVPs in a row. And that is 43% damage share from the Kai'Sa.
Sheesh moment right there for Remake. Definitely on fire with that champion. But yeah, if this goes to 3-0, then KBG was able to defy expectations, defy the odds and 3-1 score lines twice, but 3-0 never, just yet. Let's see if that's gonna happen, if 3-0 is gonna happen here for Nova Esports, or will KBG be able to slowly recover. We'll just go into a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRL-CN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRL-CN with an impressive winner stick, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram BRU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRL-CN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRL-CN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus ABG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRL-CN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the loser's bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top rank will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains, who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects.
We're back for game number 3. KBG this time lost 2 games against Nova Esports, but will they turn the tides around by picking blue side or maybe even retaining to red side and redeeming themselves there? And we are your shoutcasters, Giang Nautilus. This is the lower bracket finals between KBG and Nova Esports.
Only one team advances while the other has to say goodbye in WRLA Season 1. Okay, finally some adjustment being made here by KBG. They are now on the blue side. And them being on the blue side, they can now threaten to first pick Isa. I like it.
Finally. But if Nova Esports are gonna do the thing that Jaden did to them yesterday, they will be banning away the Kaisa and letting the Gragas be picked up, or the Ornn. Just go with a gamble with that. KBG banning away the Volibear, still similar to how they are on red side. It's just their standard stuff.
Yeah, and they're banning away the Ornn, which puts the pressure onto Nova. If you don't ban, okay, so this is the thing. If you don't ban away the Kaisa, they will be picking the. If you ban away the Kaisa, they will be picking the Ziggs. Okay, well, Ziggs and Kaisa both open. Corki as well. So if you're KBG, it's their time.
It's their time.
Finally. Okay,
it's,
so
Gragas Corki probably gonna be picked up here by Nova Esports since they are also a fan of this combination.
Really? Like yesterday, they were so reluctant in playing the Gragas, right? See, Yami does not want to play Gragas.
Right.
I tell you, they only play Alistar. If say Ornn is not available, and since Nautilus is also a very good option, especially now that the Tone again locked in a Kha'Zix, it's an easy Nautilus for Nova Esports.
Yeah. Let's see how Nova Esports are going to approach this game. Right now, KBG is getting so many gains here in this first 3 picks. The Swain was a big problem for KBG a while ago, and looks like they are gonna ban it away if ever this doesn't get picked by Nova Esports. Right now, they take it without hesitation. Just take it away. we can just adjust ourselves later on the support and on the Baron lane side as well.
I think you ban away the Alistar and the Nautilus if you're KBG. Meanwhile, if you're Nova, you ban away. I don't know if Zeri is actually a good. Okay, so Varus is respectable. I think, Zeri with the Kai'Sa is an overreach. All right. Right on cue, KBG at least reading Nautilus's mind right now and is banning away those champions because those two champions are very deadly on Nova's side. However, there still is a Rakan that they can default back to. Even a Galio is not too bad. So
yeah,
when it comes to the impact, you are just disrupting Yami and him being able to perform. But we have to remember it was his Galio that was able to win the game for Nova in their first meetup during the group stages.
What will be the pick here of KBG? Did it go with Jace here for Shama? He is very good on this champion nonetheless, but Renekton first. They want to
Renekton
have
versus
a solid
Garen.
banning, yeah. Just KG redeeming himself
Okay.
from the last match, and the Jace as well.
Yeah, Rakan will get locked in here by Nova. Not as tanky as the other members, but very mobile for sure. Okay, so pretty much the same draft still for KBG. They will be putting Shama on Jace duty and have Anran9 be their star player.
So many pokes.
But again, Kha'Zix for that own. It hasn't really made any difference for KBG. It's not the pick that I think will put them towards the final stage. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I will be proven wrong games, in the next games, maybe even in just game number 3. But we have been very critical of the Kha'Zix pickup for KBG. And we know that he needs it, especially against Law when it comes to smite fights, right? But the smite fights are not even happening because of the execution of Nova Esports.
I think one of the ways that KBG can safely win a fight here is to chunk down the HP of Yami later on. He's not as tanky anymore as a Nautilus or as an Alistar as well. So if he gets low, he's going to hesitate for sure going in, or even if he goes in, there's a lot of ways that KBG can burst him out. And without him to set things up, there's 3 champions that can poke from KBG. There's the Kai'Sa Void Seekers, there's the Shock Blast from the Jace, and there's the Void Spice coming in from the Kha'Zix as well. And Nova Esports will be slowed down a lot of times. Every hesitation, every second of it will be compromised, will be punished by KBG.
Surely if KBG wins this, Kai'Sa will definitely be the hottest topic for us to talk about in the next segment, because again, like Kai'Sa being 100% win rate in the series so far. Yesterday, also very respectable win rate wise, right? Like I think Kai'Sa only lost just 1, or maybe you haven't lost at all. I know that you have stats there, but we'll check that later. For now though, again, I second your motion. I think that Yami is not that tanky and can easily get bursted down by the members of KBG. They do have decent lockdown, especially with the Renekton. One Ruthless Predator onto a primary target should at least do the job. But okay, well, Neon is at least having problems right now, contrary to what happened between him and the Corki, right? Like, Neon on the Swain, from what we saw just a while back, it was a very dominating laning phase by Neon against Unrun9 when he was facing the Corki. But against the Kai'Sa, Kai'Sa is proving to be the better lane, which is quite surprising.
Just some added stability, right, to the laning phase here of KBG.
Team
fight wise, Nova Esports might have the edge in the initial fights, since the utilities are still there, the slows are still there, the healing are still there, and the CC chains are going to be very important here for Nova Esports. Not to mention the Demas and Justice to at least get that one pick off. KBG, on the other hand, might be giving some objectives first.
That's the game plan for them to fully scale into the late game. But it's quite concerning since they have a Jace that is going to fall off, as well as the Renekton. Sometimes you kind of have to really, not really abuse, but make use of the early game prowess of the Renekton integers. So I won't be surprised if KBG just goes for the Rift Herald here and goes for the tempo play, because so far the Rift Herald really has made or has done wonders for teams when it comes to the early game, just because of the tower plates, right? We saw it yesterday from JT. They were so good at it. Oh, level 5?
Oh, has to be very
Wow.
careful.
What combo?
Doesn't
Okay.
have his sword drop, and KG will win that short exchange. Will there be a dive? Datan is here. This is very dangerous.
He's level
for
5 though.
Lidze. Yeah, but isolation damage here comes
Wow.
to Rakan. Perfect knock-up. Sword is dropped, but it's insufficient damage still. Finally, there's a 1-for-1. They're gonna be happy with that.
Okay, so 1-for-1 for sure. It's tempo advantage for Nova Esports, but you look at the members of KBG, even Unrun 9 is here to help out the top side. That's a lot of minions that was missed by the Garen though, and this is what we expect from the Renekton. You should be winning the lane, right? Like, this is what's happening right now. You look at how KG played it. He played it beautifully. The tone, going for the execute, barrier being popped by Gitze. The most defensive build that you can go for the Garen. And props to Yami as well. Like, he was there right when he was needed, right? The perfect superhero moment by Yami. At
Yeah.
least in the first few minutes of the game.
And just after the flash of KG, he got knocked up. He wanted to cast the Ruthless Predator as well to catch Lidze off guard. And all those time, Long was just farming. So that's again an avenue in which this guy can just safely scale up. Yami will cover, Nian will cover for him for now, and later on he can have the impact that he's supposed to have for the objective fights.
Late game will definitely be a nightmare for the members of Nova. If ever that Long will have a very good early to mid game, but look at Yami, he is just going in.
Yeah, they don't even need Long at this point, but just some assurance that they will be able to get that kill. They focus on him with 3 members invested. Bottom lane though, turret is gonna be pressured. Yu and Andran can chunk it down. Yutze is just very vulnerable at this point.
Am I blind? Okay, so they're okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it this one.
Oh, we were curious as to why there's no tower plates lines, right? Those vertical lines. I'm like, okay, wait. It's 5 minutes. Why is there no tower plates? Okay, so when it got zoomed in, okay, so it got a lot clearer. But you look at KBG, fast to their feet, was able to secure this Ocean Dragon.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be a 1-for-1, and KBG just getting that tempo advantage as well here in the bot lane, getting multiple plates down for themselves. Meanwhile, Nova, of course, again, when it comes to Rift Herald, it's almost always that you will get the first tower. I mean, you should, surely, right?
It's not the best first dragon to actually get, but it will help them in terms of scaling the next dragon if ever KBG gets it.
Yeah.
It's just an infernal one.
Wait.
Takes this tower.
Have I influenced you in being one of the Ocean Dragon haters as well? Because I really think it's not the best dragon in the game right now. It gives you regen.
Initially, I really favor that, but right now, I don't.
Compared to the Ice Dragon, right? It gives you combat stats and all that.
Welcome to the Water Hater Squad.
Yeah, Ocean Dragon, getting that. What was that again? Wind Dragon. What? Oh, okay, so. Cloud Dragon. Okay, so it was so long that I forgot the name of the dragon. Pardon me. But yeah, the Ocean Dragon is definitely getting the treatment of the. Oh, Yami.
Good knock up. The damage is there. The burst is real. Andran with a killer instinct trying to survive, but it's simply not enough at this point. Perfect dive by Nian and Yami.
And you know what? Yami on the Rakan is even doing better than him being on an Alistar. Like, it is the perfect early game champion for Yami. He is everywhere. The magic that we often see from Yami being that threat from top to bottom, getting tower plates as well for his team. Oh man, we did say that KBG would be able to capitalize on the squishiness, quote-unquote, factor of a Rakan. But with the way Yami is playing this Rakan, oh man, definitely he's not the weak point of this team.
Finally, the tower falls down. Okay, I actually thought that he won't be able to auto-attack that, but now he might need to give his life. It looks like Xiaomi is doing a really good job with the pokes here.
Okay.
Long taking too much. Here comes the reinforcements. Andren is here, just looking for an angle to go into. But Nova Esports still was able to recover. Backs away with no casualties.
Yeah, just as long as no one dies. Mission accomplished for Nova Esports. No man gets left behind. Oh no, someone did get left behind.
It's Yitze. Still able to flash away though. KBG unsuccessful with 2 ganks is a positive here for Nova Esports.
Okay, 3-1 scoreline. Almost 1,000 gold lead for Nova Esports. 1-1 in tower accounts, and Yitze is now starting to feel the pressure from KG's Renekton, as he should. It's very expected. Oh, by the way, Yitze going for the Bramble Vest is also a good item to buy against the Renekton because it negates a lot of sustain. And Ocean Dragon, remember, Ocean Dragon is there for sustain, so Bramble Vest, very good buy. Very valuable buy for the Garen.
Oh yeah. Later on, when it picks up the Thorn Mail, it's going to be affecting a lot of members here of KBG, but right now needs to be respectful. Good knock up onto 2. No follow-up though, no damage. And here comes the others from KBG. And they will just back away for now. Good healing on the Honey Fruit. Yitze should try to recover for now. Long is just waiting patiently.
This is where he can maximize the Ocean Dragon, right? Rotate. Because of the HP regen that you will be getting from that dragon, then you can threaten down this towers every single time that you rotate. I mean, you look at KG, he's still very healthy. Alright, so KBG, at least with that one dragon, are able to maximize it for now. If you're Nova Esports, you're just waiting for that juicier dragon that will spawn up in 10 seconds, right? The Infernal Dragon is about to spawn up. Is it 10 seconds? Or maybe... Wait.
Yeah.
It should be around 10 seconds, right? Because that bar on the upper right-hand side, it's not moving.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to move, right?
Right.
Or maybe it does, just... It kind
Okay,
of
so
okay.
I think it's because of the new UI, but the Infernal Dragon has now spawned up, and this is definitely the juicier target for Nova.
I personally love numbers more than the graphics. Nova Esports though is trying to take this down. Again, the pokes are real from 3 champions here of KBG. It's starting to leave a dent. The cast is going to be there. Remake took so much damage. Demonic Ascension zoned the members of KBG out. Yu backing away, but the others are turning on the other side. Neon just trying to hold the door. Remake again pressured so much. The damage are starting to be a problem. Andren free hitting. One more auto attack and he backs away. Gets a kill. Remake going to be the next target. KBG taking full control. The pokes to engage and Nova Esports gets ace.
This is the power of KBG, just slowing things down. They were running away, front to back, be patient. We're chunking down Neon, and with the perfect opportunity comes Run 9 on that Kai'Sa. Again, this Kai'Sa is starting to become a problem for all teams that we have in the game because of the amount of pokes that you can do. This engage though by Yami, I think is the reason why we Nova Esports was not able to simplify what they wanted to do, because oftentimes if you are Nova Esports, all you have to do is to really pin down the tone. That has been the task for Yami. Normally you would be able to successfully and easily do that with the Nautilus because one depth charge is enough, but because you're a Rakan, you still have to land your skill shots, which is the Grand Entrance, or maybe even use your quickness and attach yourself onto the primary target. So now Nova is on the receiving end of the Kai'Sa problem that has haunted KBG for 2 games now.
Perfect usage of this poke composition as well. They were very patient. They know that Nova Esports won't commit to the dragon because they seem to be trying to chase him down, and they let them chase them. They were playing tag. They have the slows anyway to not be gap closed here by Nova Esports, and they found the opening, they found the cracks, and they take it without hesitation. Nova Esports just got out-kited, outplayed in that dragon fight, and they lost everything. Massive goal lead right now by KBG, and the stacks are real as well.
It was a very good team fight for KBG for sure, right? Like their execution was pristine. again, if you're Yami, you need to be more decisive with your lockdowns. That is the role of the Rakan. As good as he was in the first 3 kills and where he was 100% kill participation in that team fight, it was so obvious that he was missing his mark, right? Like he doesn't know what to do. The team fight being divided, into 2. Yami was trying to target one and then immediately went back to support Neon, and that's the hesitation that KBG just pounced on and was able to capitalize. And immediately now we are staring at a game in where KBG is in full control, especially knowing that the Kai'Sa was able to get a triple kill. Oh man, this is an accelerated Kai'Sa.
Oh yeah. You cannot be indecisive at this point. That is one problem that Yami has right now. I mean, he's trying to be everywhere at the same time, but that's just impossible. Right now, they turn onto Yu, good cast, so isolate some, but he should be dead. There's nothing that KBG can do. He's gonna let him be. Numbers advantage for Nova Esports. Is this enough though to turn on the Baron?
I mean, they can... no, they can't. Are real. Because this is the new Zoe, right? Like... You cannot start a Baron in front of a champion that can poke you and poke you and poke you. Similar to the dilemma of facing against a team with a Zoe. You cannot just do that, especially inside the Baron pit, in where Baron would take away your armor and magic resistance, unlimited stacks as well. So yeah, the wise play is for them to just go back.
It's respected. If they get the kill onto the Ton, I don't think it's even gonna be enough if they get a kill onto the Ton. Because the pokes are still there. You have to win a fight in order to get a Baron. That's how difficult it is right now for Nova Esports in their situation. Yeah. Oh,
especially with the MVP of the CN conference piloting the Kai'Sa, you need to respect him. Right, and run 9 again.
Always connecting.
Yeah.
If it's a target spell.
Oh man, this is the Void Seeker simulation game.
They're playing dodgeball at this point.
Oh no.
Dodge, guys, dodge. Oh man, that's 4 consecutive times.
Yeah.
Let's count.
Oh, that's on. Very cheeky, very
5
sneaky.
times.
Perfect opportunity, but there is a package available for remake. So the tone needs to be extra careful. KG!
Whoa, perfect flank. And they turn. They have the pokes already. They have the damage. KBG trying to muster the strength at Nova Esports just gets obliterated. They have been poked down a lot of times here by Anran. And everyone is running for the high heels. Long nearly got taken out. And KBG again gets a free dragon. They turn.
Man.
Killer Instinct. Anran is just chasing them out at this point. The flash into the Ekatian Rain. And it gets a double as well. You will just tank the tower. And everything is fine for KBG.
3 dragons. Let's go to the game number 4 because we know the outcome of this game. 3 dragons, 1 Baron, 1 very fed Anran 9 is enough to at least close down the lead to just 1 game. 2-1 should be our scoreline after this game. We're waiting for the formalities. But similar as to how the game went from game 1 and game 2. Turns out the Kai'Sa priority will definitely be very beneficial for your team. This is the perfect play by KG, targeting down Long and being that initiator and engager as a Renekton is definitely very good. Oftentimes a Renekton is not a perfect champion to engage a fight with or to initiate a fight with. But when presented that opportunity, right, like just waiting in the dark areas like the alligators, in the Amazon River or whatever, crocodile or whatever you want to call it, perfect habitat, right? Like it's the normal thing that you often see from all the crocs out there, just waiting for that perfect moment, pouncing in, getting that kill or getting that initiation is what was needed by KBG to get that 3rd dragon and now get the Baron. Push is happening right now, Kian. I think we're just waiting for formalities.
Waiting for the closure, waiting for the end of this game number 3 as KBG is bashing through the base. Nova Esports, they only have 1 choice, and that's to engage. But they can't. Oh my gosh.
1 shock blast. Oh man. They hurt. KBG, it's the KBG's turn now to just land those long range pokes and make Nova second guess themselves. Like, this is just a display of what was done to them in the previous game.
Oh man, they're closing it out, denying that 3-0 advantage from Nova Esports. And they will get their first point as well. Perfect way to deliver and redeem themselves. A near perfect game by KBG.
And again, a dominating win for Akaisa. Did you track the stats from yesterday, Gyung? Were you able to track the stats yesterday if Akaisa even lost a game yesterday?
For yesterday, well, no, it didn't.
We don't have it yet? Okay, that's fine.
No, I mean, we don't have, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to ask our production team if they have stats from yesterday and see if it was even on a losing it. Because one way to control a Kaisa is by going for a total lockdown, like for example a Nautilus plus a Vi or a Wukong. We have to remember a Kaisa is very mobile, right? Not really very mobile, but there's some sort of window that you would be able to punish a Kaisa. She has a killer's instinct for sure. She has the overcharge that can, has 3 items that can put her on stealth. Outside of that, it's still doable for you to lock down this champion. It's not the most OP champion in the game for sure, but the way teams are playing it right now, like it's like a siege cannon. Very safe, right? Very safe in the backline and just throwing void seekers one after another.
Like what you said a while ago, the Zoe 2.0, the better version of Zoe, because you can just go it from miles away. And Anran had like 5-6 consecutive Void Seekers connecting to Nova Esports before he misses. That is just frustrating if you're Nova Esports. Yeah. And surely, they're gonna be picking blue side next game. They need to force this Kaisa pick for themselves. Because it's just so difficult to deal. Or maybe if they happen to be on a red side once again here in the series, they need to ban it away. Maybe leave the Shen open or leave
Yasuo is a good answer to it, but oftentimes Yasuo gets banned and respected by KBG, especially with what happened in game number 7 and where we saw Neon on Yasuo and KBG was not allowed to play. Braum is okay, right? Just because you can cast your big shield to help out your team, but it doesn't really solve the problem, because the problem is that once it hits someone, you can reset.
Yeah. It's a lot of pressure here for Nova Esports for sure. But hopefully they do recover from this. This is still a long series. It's just the first win of KBG in which Nova Esports can still recover their momentum and post for match point. KBG right now is having the momentum and they were going to be looking forward to getting on blue side once again if ever Nova Esports makes a big mistake even to let this Kaisa be open for the taking of KBG. That's just game 3, guys. We'll just go in a short break. Game number 4 is going to be coming your way. We'll just have a bit of a longer break, 10 minutes, and then we'll be right back. See you guys.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRL-CN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRL-CN with an impressive winner stage, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram ERU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRL-CN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRL-CN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus ADG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRL-CN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team WBG will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top rank will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains: who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable flexible UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRL CN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRL CN with an impressive winner stake, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram BRU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRL CN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRLCN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus EDG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRLCN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3
同志们，大家好，欢迎来到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛季后赛的互动环节一拍即合。我是今天的互动主持千寻。
大家好，我是千寻的助理子琪。
欢迎子琪。今天也是有点特殊嘛，子琪也是来到了我的身边，所以我们今天的一拍即合呢，是为 APEC 赛区选手设计的独家挑战。为了保证游戏的公平公正呢，我特意是把子琪给搬上来了，邀请你跟我一起来完成这个游戏。那今天的挑战呢是由 KTRY 和 NGX 的各一位选手来一起合作完成的。那大家现在也是看到我们身后呢是有一块黑板的，上面有10名英雄的卡片，而我手中呢有一组游戏的阵容，我会把它展示给其中的一位选手，他需要根据看到的内容向另一位选手依次比划动作。在看到动作的选手呢，需要从黑板上的10张卡片当中选出正确的英雄顺序，放入相应的位置。如果正确数达到了4个以上，就算挑战成功。如果挑战失败的话呢，当然我们这个环节一直都有惩罚的嘛。
是的，寻字介绍这么多呢，接下来就有请我们的2位选手登场吧。
好的。
Now we're gonna have our players from KTRY Duo and the NGX Duo. Welcome. 欢迎2位啊！我们也先让2位和大家打个招呼嘛。听说他们今天是特意学习了一些中文的打招呼的方式，那就先从我身旁的 Joe 选手开始吧。Hi Joe, so would you mind greeting yourself in Chinese, maybe to audience?
大家好，我是
Joe. Yeah, that's right. 谢谢我们的 Joe 选手。
很棒。Pedalegi 하세요.
大家好，我是 Joe。
我们2位远道而来的朋友也是特意学习了这一段中文的自我介绍，并且也是说的非常的好的。那其实2位的话呢，我们之前已经跟2位介绍过规则了。那接下来话不多说，我们马上准备开始。所以2位谁要来猜，谁要来比划呢
？Like so, who gonna be the guest person? Who gonna do the action maybe?
I'm gonna do the action and he's gonna do the guessing.
OK, 那我们的 Joe 选手说他们已经私下分配好了，就由我们的 Joe 来比划，然后由我们的 Duo 选手来猜。
好，那我们稍微站开一点，来
，OK，
比划的时候记得冲向镜头。OK， 来，我们准备好了吗
？Are you ready?
Yes.
OK， 我们已经准备好了，就开始吧。So when you have remembered them all, you can just tell me, OK？
有点难度哦，
一次
要记住5个，好认真。
OK， 我们的中国选手已经准备好了 ，So let's begin。
哦，这是什么？我都不认识了。这是什么？
所以千寻他比的形象吗？
我看了以后我觉得挺形象的，但是我没看，我也不知道是什么。这个有点抽象，
有力度，我只能说。这个我也猜到了，对。
喵。
OK，
很形象，很形象。
So you can just finish work。
来吧，位置要对应上。
要不要帮杜选手拿一下他的麦？
好。
OK。No hint， 不能提示的啊，
不可以提示。再回忆。唰。哎。我不知道屏幕前的各位猜出来的是什么，但是我觉得其实有好几个英雄都蛮相像的
啊，我觉得跟我猜的有点不一样
啊，真的吗？
真的。
这个很简单，是的。
好，已经结束了，那我们千寻来公布一下答案给我们的观众。
我想采访一下豆选手，就是你觉得你答对了吗？
알람 맞췄다고 생각하세요?
다 맞춘 것 같아요.
我觉得我猜的都对。
好有自信。那展示一下我们的正确答案吧，来展示给屏幕看一下。第一个是奥恩，第二个是永恩，然后在中路呢是伊泽瑞尔，然后第四个是维鲁斯，最后一个是优咪，完全正确，恭喜两位挑战成功。 非常棒！但是呢，今天两位远道而来，来到我们这里，除了这个简单的游戏之外，其实我们还额外准备了一个非常有意思的环节送给二位。这个环节其实我不是很想说，子琪来吧。
Okay, so we have got a special part for you guys. You need just to follow the Karina. She's gonna show you about our public square dancing. So you can just follow her action. Okay. So Joe, are you okay? Okay.
还是要跟我们镜头前的各位去介绍一下，这一趴呢是我们的两位选手要跟着我一起完成一段广场舞。
是这样的，
我真的很不想说出来这句话，因为我也觉得我这次要丢人丢大发了。是的，难以启齿。那两位来都来了，我也不在这儿兜兜场场了，来直接上才艺，来。来，我的助理拿好。
那我来倒计时一下吧，好不好？
我有点紧张，
不要紧张，发挥你的才艺。
我有点害羞。
好，来，我们倒计时 ，3, 2, 1, action。
到这里可以了，到这里可以了，太尴尬了。来，我的手卡，
我只能说就是太棒了，好吗？
真的吗？你觉得哪里棒？棒在哪里？
我觉得就是每一个细节都很棒。我们要来采访一下选手，觉得怎么样？可以吗？
我觉得可以，让他们问一下他们的体验吧。
So Joe, how's the feeling about this dancing part?
I feel a little bit shy because of that, but I had fun, so.
OK， 我们中国选手说呢，还是有点羞涩，但是也很开心，很享受这个环节。
是的，那我们的豆选手呢
댄스 어때요?
너무 어려운 것 같아요.
有点久跳的。
我觉得其实不需要翻译，我看到这个面露难色，我就已经都懂了。没关系啊，那也是再次感谢两位能够来到我们今天的这个一拍集合环节。不管怎么说，跟两位其实玩的还是非常开心的。那我们的这一趴到这里呢，就马上都要结束了。非常感谢选手们的陪伴，同样也感谢子琪，也祝贺两支队伍能够在接下来的比赛当中取得一个好的发挥，期待你们的精彩表现。那我们紧张激烈的比赛呢，马上就要开始了，让我们稍微整理一下心情，把接下来的画面和时间交还给解说席。
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Okay, anything that you can do, I can do what you do. Top 260. Heart been swap, blew too hard like a nigga got 4 iron suit. That's it. Got me talk money talking, I'm always in the loop. Got my boss, y'all know the boss. I'ma walk around the whip across the mother. Know it, how you do it better. Wow. Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better. Wow.
拿下下一个第一。
There's the gold violet.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go by。一起上的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Really fun intermission back there or for our APAC finalists, though, and a draw right there, going even with the dance. But we're now back into the series. KBG and Nova Esports are matching once again. KBG just recently come up with a win to slowly tie the scoreline, 2-1, still in the lead of Nova Esports. But let's see if this is gonna continue, or will they be posing on a match point right now for Nova Esports. We're your casters, Gyang and Nautilus. We're excited for this one.
I was about to say, Kyung, the best part of not casting on site is that we are not going to get asked to do the same thing that Draw did. Oh man. But yeah, like let's go straight to game number 4 here. Nova Esports has selected to be on the blue side. Quite expected because again, the pressure of getting that Kai'Sa as your priority pick is just huge. KBG just going to ban away the Volibear as a Camille. Ornn might get banned here by KBG. That's definitely one thing that you kind of want to ban, especially with the way Nova has played the Ornn for Yitze, having that double tank, enabling the triple scaling for Nova. Kai'Sa gets locked in here for sure for Neon or Remake. It's a very flexible pick. And again, when it comes to marksman priority, oh man, like Kai'Sa is just number 1.
I mean, this is just a small adjustment right now for KBG. Taking away the Ornn, because we have seen Yitze perform really well on this champion as well, holding a lane, being a really good weak side laner for Nova Esports, but Kai'Sa being let through is gonna be threatening a lot. But right now, KBG getting the Fiora though is interesting because it denies it from long, but right now, as we see the Wukong, it starts to be scary.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you take away the Fiora, he can default back to his Wukong. But this is a Fiora that will definitely go on towards KG. We all know that KG is one of the best Fiora players. In fact, it can even get flexed onto the mid lane, but I don't think you would want to go Fiora in the mid lane, especially with the double marksman being the meta. This is more of a good response for KBG. At least they have a late game scaling champion as well in the Zeri. So at least you have something that can still stand toe-to-toe against the Kai'Sa. The only concern I do have there is, of course, Kai'Sa has a long range poke. Right? Like,
yeah, longest of all. And very irritating cooldown whenever you hit it onto any champion. And right now, that is the perk that Nova Esports possesses. The Zeri is going to be a late game problem for Nova Esports though, especially with the amount of pressure that the Fiora and the Gragas can provide for KBG as well. The Ziggs finally will be taken out. Just a minor lead that Nova Esports has in terms of champion pool, because Xiaomi is just really good on that. The Aatrox
Okay, so after that very long break, KBG has prepared something new. They're saying that with this Aatrox pickup, we can change things up. This means that this Aatrox and Fiora can still get interchanged. Nova sticking with their guns, going for what worked for them for consecutive games now. Oh, Yone is back on the menu, and this is okay. This is a direct counter to the Aatrox for sure. But I have been so vocal in saying, "Where's the Yone? Where is the love on Yone?"
Yeah,
I just don't understand why teams have left this champion in the drafting phase in recent times. The effect of Yone in the game is still definitely going to get felt, especially with the double marksman composition. As long as you reach the backline, especially with the Fate Sealed, if you can stack them up all on top of one another, that's a very good entry point for the Wukong and the Swain as well. And now we are seeing a favorite of Long. We know that Long is very deadly on carry champions. Never mind the Fiora. He's happy to be on the Yone.
Yeah. This is a champion that we missed for so long. And yeah, there has been a tone down on the Yone. But still, the kit is there. The crowd control, the immense range that this champion has in terms of gap closing is still high. And they can fully utilize that in the fights this time around. They have the Wukong for the Cyclone, they have Demonic Ascension, they have so many setups, and also ways to protect Remake in the back line. He can go in as well. So KBG this time has to be extra careful because fortunately they do have the Varus for the Chain of Corruption and also the cast from Yu Gragas to work their way in the defensive mode for team fights. But the Ton is being threatened right now.
Yeah, there's a massive nerf that Yone did receive during patch 4.2a. Less 10% attack speed and less damage towards the monster. So this is not the ultra busted auto win Yone that we often see. But again, still, if you are able to hit those Fate Sealed, you're able to knock out all those very squishy members. It doesn't matter if you have 10% less attack speed, right? Like, the only thing that you have to do is to get in touch with their carries and assassinate them. This is a pseudo that we all know and love. And for now, right, again, this is their curveball. Fiora going to KG, by the way, and then Daton will be on the Aatrox. Meanwhile, Yitze still going to be that utility weak side Baron laner, going for the Wukong.
Yitze having a bit of a hard time though in terms of the exchanges. KG is just bashing through him right now. Half HP the first minute of interaction here in this game.
AP or AD?
AP or AD.
Always AP! If it's a Kai'Sa, always AP, especially in its current state, right? In patch 4.2a. The Tone, Aatrox is, it's been a while since we've seen him on the Aatrox. It's definitely one champion that he can do. But then again, we have to take note that Aatrox often gets countered by this champion, right? Like Yone will be in your face, can lock you down, has enough burst, especially when paired with the Nautilus. So it is expected that we will be seeing Yami going to target the jungler of KBG again, over and over again. That was their winning formula during game number 1, and I expect them to still do the same for game 4.
I mean, they have the Nautilus. The lockdown is going to be incredibly helpful here for Nova Esports to pair it up with Cyclone and all the crowd controls that Nova Esports has. They have 4, which is very helpful for team fights. And it's one of the things that they actually lacked in the previous game because they only relied on Yami. And right now, that's lots of damage. Good dodge though by Long. Still able to escape that execute damage from like point blank range.
And plus, he could have threatened a Fate Sealed all in. But that's a very good usage of a Soul Unbound to negate that piercing arrow. But that's a flash that was burnt. That you have to give credit to Yu in that exchange, right? Like every single time that we see this player, as you said, Yu special, he will be able to surprise every once in a while. And that was a very good surprise against Long. That's a good summoner that was burnt by him.
Right now, that is pressure alleviated here by KBG, at least in the presence of this Yone. The Taunt can actually go here in the bottom lane if Yu is there, but Yami is also pathing, so they need to be extra
chains of
careful.
corruption.
There's an interruption though, but they turn onto Yami instead, and this time he will be flashing away. The flash by the Taunt, burning to death, but will want to get that sure kill, and the auto attack is there.
Yeah.
KBG getting first blood.
Very important kill as well, and a very cheeky way to use the flash and the dash by the Taunt, making sure that the Darkened Blade will hit its mark. It's a good win by KBG. Also gets 3 tower plates here in the bot lane. Oh man, KBG, after that long break, may have finally found their answer to the onslaught of Nova Esports. Looking at that once again, Yami being circled down by 3 members. You look at that play by Yaton. You think it's easy to do? Yeah. Well, it takes a good amount of practice for sure to be able to make an Aatrox go sideways. I guess is the way to do it.
I know that from personal experience.
Because
Because after I attempt to do that, I get a lot of pings. Question marks.
one of those things, right? Like again, and that's also a very good lead that KBG was able to get. It's also a very good confidence booster for the jungler Nova. This is basically what they need, because we know that the Aatrox will definitely get challenged by the Yone, especially when in the scaling department. Yeah.
Shield bow.
Immortal Shield Bow, yes, completed already for the Yone. The perfect item, in my opinion, to buy on a Yone as your first item buy, and then follow it through with some more critical and attack speed items. Yami getting caught again. No flash.
Perfect suppression though. Yami survives with a shield. Good execution there by Long, but again, they're just switched to the next target, and the Kai'Sa is dead. Now they have numbers advantage. Now they can start the dragon. Long has to really speed himself going towards this RH, because the Taunt is going to be contesting. KBG would want to get this 2 dragons or these
special objectives, right? Especially knowing that Long is half health right now. You look at KG and Xiaoma pressuring down Nova's members, Yita even being forced to flash away.
Uh-oh, here comes Yu. Fortunately, no steal happened here to Nova Esports, but again, they have
KBG.
They need to leave a body away, and KBG is happy with the exchanges. That's 3 kills already. That is 5 of gold, and they want more. Yitz is gonna be stopped on the recall. Yu is there to follow up. The rest will just try to take him down. This time, the Fiora gets a kill. Oh man, Nova Esports keeps on getting challenged here.
Early game snowball by the early game lineup of KBG. Outside of Unrun 9, everyone is doing wonders right now. Like Unrun 9 will just scale up and be that late game insurance for themselves. But man, like, this is the ideal start for KBG. 4-0. Oh man, with 1 dragon as well. Yeah, sure, you gave away the Rift Herald that was converted into a first tower, but that's the price that you are willing to trade, especially with the amount of kills that you were able to get. You are now in the driver's seat if you're KBG.
KG is ahead by a big margin of gold here against Yitze as well. And now with the anti-healing item, the acceleration is gone, and you can just make the plays. Full engage. And Yitze just gonna get chased. Absolutely no way for him to escape.
Yu has been everywhere. Like this guy. And also the fact that KG is already 3-0-1. Side lane is in shambles. This is definitely tipping the scales on towards the favor of KBG. And the balance of the map has already surrendered towards the favor of KBG. This is massive problem right now. You look at the score line of Yu. 0-0-5. 100% kill participation on the Gragas.
Yeah, you're right.
He's everywhere.
He's everywhere at the same time. Perfect position, perfect timing, and perfect setups as well by the Yu special. And Nova Esports has to be a lot more careful now. It's simply not the time for them to engage. The Swain is not yet online. The Yone is not yet online. Kai'Sa is very much behind against his counter matchup. 1,300 gold behind against Xiaoma right now is just bad news here all over the faces of Nova Esports.
Yeah. And now you're Nova Esports. You are now getting pressured by KBG because after that long break, finally, this guy is a problem that has haunted their opposition. Is not really happening right now. Like, this guy is not being felt, although it's a very late game champion. We know that for a fact. But with the way things are going, even if it reaches the late game, KBG should have a very comfortable lead and to not really mind all those pokes coming their way. In fact, they can just go all in with Yu at the forefront of everything in that zone. They can just chase down this Kaisa and make sure that he doesn't or she doesn't enjoy the poking game or the Void Seeker simulation that we have seen numerous times now.
Nova Esports, they need to avoid every fight possible. Long has to try to steal, be a hero this time. They need him. They need the heroic plays. They need the miraculous steals here by Long. But it's just so difficult to do that right now that KBG does have a lot of crowd control to work around and just
another one
reposition him. Perfect timing. Cast, not though. So Neon would be able to flash away, fortunately.
Yeah.
But again, the pressure is still there for KBG all the time. Whenever they gank, it's going to be a lot of resources spent by Nova Esports just to escape.
Yeah, this is where Yu is very deadly. Whenever he is feeling it, expect him to make plays one after another, and Neon investing his ult and flash ahead of a very important objective that will spawn up. This is the Infernal Dragon that we're talking about, and there you go. We all know that KBG does want to secure this, and Nova wants to stop them in doing so.
But can you actually stop them right at this point, at this level, at this condition that they are in? 0-5, 4,000 gold deficit. KBG can just be patient here. The Taunt can just wait for the perfect moment to strike alongside with Yu's setup. They have the pokes. They have the burst as well. They have the lockdown. Nova Esports, they're the ones being pressured to fully commit on this.
You look at the tone. The tone is on the flank side. Yitze
almost dead. They do get the dragon, but at what cost? They're gonna be leaving the Wukong B. Yami as well is taken out. I think this is okay. But KBG still getting gold is a massive problem for them. The only positive side we do see here is that they do get the Infernal. They deny it from KBG.
That's a massive win actually for Nova Esports. By denying it, 3 Dragon's win condition will no longer be there, but KBG was still able to at least get something out of nothing. KG, man, dancing shoes online, was able to dodge away from the Fate Sealed, and again, had it connected and had it been that KG went down there, that's a massive tempo breaker for the side of KBG. We're looking into that once again, and Yitze is not even allowed to play. Like, Yitze was 1 HP right on the get-go, and that Ultra Shock Laser connecting from on run 9. Oh man, this KBG, this is a KBG game encapsulated by Yu just being everywhere. 7 assists already in the game. 100% kill participation.
Oh, this time they turn, but the chain of corruption is there, so the Wukong's gonna be dead, and KBG happy with a free kill that they have gotten. Nova Esports, they're trying to get this crew buff. Thon is here though. They need to be extra careful. KBG will not hesitate if ever they don't overstay. They let them be for now. A while ago in the Dragon Pit as well, Yami wasn't even able to move.
And then now KG with the Hull Breaker completed. No one can stand up against this Fiora. Like, if you're Neon, you will just get your vitals procced one after another. Oh, that tone going in. Yami forced to flash.
Yeah, he will flash out as well, but Remix still dead. As the chase down by Yu is just perfect. KBG gets so many free kills. They haven't been contested at all. 0-9 is the scoreline. Yami's gonna get spotted out. We're gonna be seeing 0-10 on Nova Esports. Just a massacre. A one-sided beatdown by KBG. Demonic Ascension seems to be just a minion, a descendant here of Neon. And it cannot do anything at this point.
Baron going to get started here by KBG, and they are well on their way. So, very dominating game number 4 win. If they end up winning this, they will be tying the series, and we're down to a best of 3. That's the case, right? Like, this is what we expected though. This clash between the two best teams in CN, in my opinion, right? Like, or 2 of the top 3 teams in CN, in my opinion, KBG and Nova Esports. We were memeing and saying that this will go the distance at full game 7, but it does look like that, you know, it's on its way, Kyung, because you look at how the game is turning out right now. We're just waiting for formalities, and if Nova, if they don't commit any big blunder, if KBG does not commit any big blunder, then they are just on their way to tie the series.
9,000 towers falling down. No pressure felt by KBG whatsoever. No sign of redemption. No sign of coming back by Nova Esports. This is really uncanny, especially for us, especially that Nova Esports started the series with a 2-0 decisive victory, and right now the isolation is going to be there. Long to be sealed onto the backline, might be perfect, but the damage still not there from Nova Esports. They're the ones who got taken out. The Nautilus is dead. They got the Aatrox though, and a double kill here by Neon. So they're slowly fighting back. There's the Void Seekers coming from Remake as well, but still the push commenced by KBG fortunately has been stopped by Nova Esports. Only the mid inhibitor will fall down.
That never moved by Neon, hitting 3 members was so cool that it gave some glimpse of hope to Nova, but in reality, that is just an illusion, because KBG was able to take down 3 inhibitor towers. However good that clash was for Neon, it's too little, too late.
Ooh, this is just an insane of a performance here by KBG. Now they will just take this last dragon for absolutely free. Nova Esports cannot contest this at all. If they try, well, it's pretty much a game already, so why not risk it?
Yeah. That Fate Sealed threatening to steal the Ice Dragon, but denied by the Tone. 14-2 in scoreline, 11k gold gap. And in 16 minutes, 15 minutes and 30 seconds, it is pretty much a done deal by now.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for the formalities. Again and again. Did we ever have a close game? Not yet, right? Like,
yeah, it's either one-sided from Nova or KBG.
Yeah. Every game has a very defined winner. Like, very convincing wins all across the board. Nova, games 1 and 2, unchallenged. Same can be said for KeepBest Gaming. Like, what's happening? Like, at the end of the day, though, we're okay with it, right? Like, it just goes to show that this is beyond the 5 players that are playing right now. It also has come down to the support staff as to how they will be adjusting their playstyle. And again, the biggest adjustment that I'm seeing right now is on KBG, allowing that Kaisa to get picked again by Nova Esports and getting answered immediately by this draft.
Oh man, Nova Esports. To think that they had the Kaisa, they had this Yone as well. We got really excited, but the way that KBG is performing right now, just suppressing everything, just denying every potential that Nova Esports should have had with this kind of composition. We haven't even seen Yami go with a good pick off on a Nautilus, one of his favorite champions. That's how clean KBG has been playing in this game. Completely just making sure that Nova Esports feels worthless in this particular game right now. And I mean, that's, if you're going to redeem yourself, this is the best way to do it, to tie up the score, to have a dominating match.
Just slowly suffocating the air out of Nova Esports, and look at that, Yu with the turn, 1 head down.
Yeah, they still commit. KBG does have the damage, he have the suppression as well, and the taunt is just chasing Remake out. He's dead. I actually thought he would stay alive, but it's only Neon trying to sustain, not for long. It's a clean ace by KBG, and the game will close. Score is tied, KBG slowly climbing back up.
Why are we waiting for? Let's go to game number 7.
Let's go.
But, But yeah, it does look like that. Of course, the onus is on the support staff this time by Nova Esports to find a way to answer this new and improved version of KBG. KBG just did one thing, which is to prioritize, of course, Yu on the Gragas, which made his presence felt all throughout the early game, and some necessary adjustments as well in getting that Zeri. So just in case that there will be a late game, it won't be one-sided to Kai'Sa, right? Like also banning the Ornn was key, because that Ornn and I think KBG has to remember one thing again, is that during the era or meta in where Ornn and Volibear was not an option, they were the number one team. And so the best way to deal with them is to just ban them away. So yeah, kudos on the support staff of KBG, banning away the Ornn, banning away the Volibear, not adding a new element to the game, and KBG just remembering, hey, you know what, we're good at the game.
This is basically patch 4.1 draft of KBG. A lineup that they have fully mastered, and we saw the outcome of as well, how good this draft is against Nova Esports. The Varus, the Gragas, all those suppression, all those engages, isolations, and suppressions as well, just perfect every single time, not only on small skirmishes but on big objective team fights as well. And Nova Esports find themselves a little bit lost in this match. This game was very fast as well. The wins of KBG has been 17 minutes. On game 3 and game 4, the wins of Nova Esports took 20 minutes or more. That's how swift KBG wins a game when they're the ones in control.
Yeah, it also has something to say with with the way Nova played the early game. Because whenever KBG loses, they still try to mitigate their losses by playing conservatively. There were instances in where Nova did try to even the lead by going for the risky plays. It was so apparent during the skirmishes that we saw during the first few minutes in the game, in where Yu was still getting challenged. But yeah.
I had to drink water from that, from all the information. I had to turn it down.
Anyway. Never mind. But let's just wait for the MVP and then just move on. Never mind my thoughts. Like, it is just going to be a game number 5 anyway.
It is. Yeah, this one is more on the side of Nova Esports. They need to use a different strategy. This doesn't work against KBG, and they need to patch early game as well, because they were too passive. They're the ones getting caught by Yu left and right, everywhere. 5-0, 0-0-5, right? Was his score line in the first
first 5 kills
of the game.
Yeah, like 100% killer participation halfway into the game. And I think the only kills that he was not able to participate in was the mid lane skirmish, in where Unrun 9 and company was already online. So it's safe to say that his KP will be above 90%, and that the MVP will definitely go to him. It's either him or the Tone, because the Tone's Aatrox, I like it more than his Kha'Zix for sure. Right? Like, 2-0 and 14, 84% kill participation. Wow. And again, this is a game in where Yu started and Yu finished. Like, it's just a well-written script for Yu. The player with the most assists all throughout WRLA Season 1 did make his presence felt, and we can call this the Yu game, right? Game number 4 is the game in where Yu just pop off.
And he'll continue to be the one influencing the games if ever he doesn't get respected here. Let's see what approach will Nova Esports make for game number 5. We'll just go into a short break, guys. We are your casters, Kiang and Nautilus. See you in just a bit.
See you.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRL CN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRL CN with an impressive win streak, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bellerian BRU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRLCN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRLCN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus EDG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRLCN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top rank will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains, who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragon.
Welcome back to the series. We're back to square one as KBG tied up the score and completely negated the lead of Nova Esports. But let's see who is going to be getting the advantage point this time around. We're your casters, Kiyoung and Nautilus. It's game 5 as well of the possible game 7 series here between Nova Esports and KeepBest Gaming.
Possible. It is not just possible. I think it's going to happen. Oh man, like, okay, whoever wins this will most likely lose game number 6, because game number 7 is always the theme when it comes to Wild Rift League Asia playoffs, and that's a testament of how even our teams are. Be it APAC versus APAC or be it CN versus CN, it comes down to the adjustments. Oh hey, you know what? Nova Esports doubling down, going for the Kaisa. If it will ever become the same draft as we saw from game number 4, then that means that Nova is saying that, hey, you know what? You just had a very lucky start, that he was able to steamroll the game for himself and for his squad. KBG is still choosing the same 2 picks that they prioritized for the Fiora and the Gragas as well. And so now Nova would have... Oh, huh? Wait, what? Sheriff?
No. Okay,
Wukong. So we remember it was a Wukong. Okay, not this, of course, and then Wukong, right? Like, and then we thought that Wukong would go too long, but during their 4th and 5th pick, they changed it up.
Cause why not, bro?
Oh, I like this. I like this.
Yeah.
Double Renekton. If it's Yeah, sure. Like, I mean, I main Renekton. That's my most played. 90% of my games is on the Renekton, so double Renekton is so cool. But never mind. Renekton Nautilus is going to get locked here by Nova, and immediately KBG responds with the series. The only difference now is that Nova is ditching the Wukong in place of the Renekton, having that extra insurance for Yitze. We all know that Yitze is so comfortable on the Renekton, one of the champions that he really spammed during the beginning of the group stages as well.
Yeah, so we're never gonna be seeing the light of day. One of the methods that J-Team had against Nova Esports, KBG just fully respecting that as well. The only way for Neon to be able to get this is through the first pick phase, but that's not really the best thing to do. Shinza this time around is the way to go for the Ton as well. This is gonna solidify their front to back team fighting. Lots of isolation tools. They can go with the Varus still, but they go with the Ziggs. Just perfect here for team fights. Explosive, consistent DPS, the burst, the setups, the crowd control, it's all there.
And one of the concerns I do have when playing the Olaf is if the opposing team has a Gragas. Okay, one way to look at it is, yeah, sure, you have a Ragnarok that can negate all those pushback coming from the Gragas, all those crowd control. But it's not you that you have to be worried about. It's your teammates. Because oftentimes, you know, once a Ragnarok gets committed, the explosive cask will be casted right behind the Olaf, making sure that there will be no one to back him up in his engage. And when that happens, oh, by the way, that's WBG's cheat, right? Okay, anyway. And when that happens, a huge chunk of damage will be available for the Ziggs. Burst is going to be there, and of course, Zeri come late game will be a problem. So I'm not 100% sure if Olaf really is the answer here, but this is basically their way in saying, hey, you know what? Our early game was abysmal during game number 4, and the best way to perfect it or to correct it is by drafting an early game jungler in the lab. So we'll see this matchup between KBG versus Nova. Pivotal game number 5 underway.
Who will get the advantage here in this match would be Nova Esports or KeepBest Gaming. We have our concerns here on the Olaf pick. There is a lot of ways for them to like wreck the positionings here of Nova Esports. Again, the Gragas of Yuyu is just always outstanding, especially in the previous game, right? That's where Nova Esports needs to be a lot more careful. And Rondo winning against Neon, that's short extent. It's just fascinating to see. KG flashing away, just suddenly got surprised there by Yami and Big Make.
2 minutes and 30 seconds on that flash. But there is a lane swap. This is not common, at least in the series, right? It's not often that we see lane swap happening. I mean, I think the last time we saw lane swap was game number 1. But now KBG it was actually Nova that initiated that lane swap, sending their duo on the top lane, trying to help the Renekton. Because believe it or not, I think Fiora does actually win against the Renekton. It's one of the matchups, especially with the recent buffs on the Fiora. It's not yet live here though, because the buff happened on patch 4.2b, and we're still playing on patch 4.2a, right? Like Fiora versus Renekton, oh man, that's a disaster for the Renekton. But now Yitze, he's going to get engaged on by the double explosive duo. And this is why it is very scary as a face against the Gragas and the Ziggs, because of the amount of wave clear that they have. Because of the amount of wave they have, they can reach the towers faster than their opposition. When you look at the tower plate, it's as clear as a day that KBG's tempo is definitely in the lead.
Yeah, they're gonna mimic the one series that we saw, or one game that we saw, 2 minutes, first tower.
Oh man.
Right on point. KBG having a massive lead without any fights, 1,500 gold lead against Nova Esports.
Yeah.
Very concerning here for Nova.
Indeed, like Nova initiated this lane swap against the Gragas and a Ziggs. Not the best choice, my friend. And like Yitze is just strolling down the park will have an easier time to farm now for sure, because this is going to be a long lane. And one would say that, hey, you know what, this is a blessing in disguise. At least now I can farm my minions, I can level up. But if you ever cross the river, that long lane will allow all members of KBG to just chase you down and to kill you as well. And so now it is just going to be problematic, because if KBG decides to go for the dragon, the impact of the Rift Herald has already been negated. We have to remember that you secure the Rift Herald for one thing, securing the first tower. But the first tower is already destroyed, so what's the sense of this Rift Herald? Tower plates, that's okay, but that's mid.
Yeah. Right now, KBG is just the one leading everything right now in this game. They can even later on threaten maybe for a double objective take, because Nova Esports right now seems to be at a loss in terms of team fighting. Not to mention the possibility of KBG being able to punish and isolate Long when he goes in. And that's just so difficult to deal right now, especially with additional gold that KBG did get. Right now, their goal is to maximize the profit that they can get in the early game through the plates in the top lane. And they're slowly doing that right now.
They cannot even dive KG. In no way or form can they kill this Fiora. We'll see though, they will attempt.
It's baiting them.
They're waiting for KG to use his riposte preemptively. And once he ever uses the riposte, that's the go signal for Nova Esports to just go all in. But because of the patience of KG not even using that riposte preemptively, it thwarted off the attempt of Nova Esports to even try and get the head of this Fiora. It also helps that Unrun 9 was able to get himself here in the bot lane. And you look at this, Giyang, Nova is the one running away here in the bot lane.
Oh man, KBG just completely winning all three lanes as of this moment, and feeling no pressure in any of the lanes. Even KG at 2v1 situation, not at all scared, not at all pressured, still very disciplined and patient. And Nova Esports right now will have a chance at least for this dragon. Maybe they can find a way to take it down through the package, probably. But still, they need Yami to set things up. They need that pick off.
Dragon has spawned here, Mountain Dragon. So both teams knows that the Rift Herald's value is no longer at a premium, so they kind of want to do this now.
There's a package. He disengages. There's the Crescent Sweep to Megan for the bomb onto Yami. And again, this Olaf is all alone. That's the isolation that we talked about. And Nova Esports is forced back. Free Dragon for KBG.
Oh man, this is again the risk that you run into if you draft the Olaf into a Gragas lineup. Explosive Cask, Olaf by himself cannot really do a thing. There is a phase in where we see Olaf getting attached or getting supported by the Uni, and that is to make sure that he's not going to be there by himself. But you look at this, like, oh man, against that zone with the Crescent Sweep and Xiaoma's damage as well. It is also very documented that Ziggs counters the Olaf as well, mainly because you cannot really build that much magic resistance in your build path in the early stages of the game. No, because normally, if you're the Olaf, you wanna deal damage. So going for the Black Cleaver as your first buy, and then Warmog's Armor are the options that we often see. Not really goes for not really the Force Nature that is, a huge chunk of magic resistance. So anyway, Long and company is here in the Rift Herald. I think they can secure this.
They should try. Okay, no steal gonna be happening for KBG, but the damage is still real from the Mega for the bomb. And now here comes Anran, even with a flash invested, gets a kill onto the Olaf. Renekton as well. Neon falling down. There's gonna be the
Ultra Shock Laser.
Remake. He is still alive. The body slam misses. But one more auto attack should do the trick. No! Remake survives. Ambitious take, but still.
Yeah.
KBG.
It's an air body slam, right? Like air ball. He went for it, right? Like with a flash. But that still is okay if you're KBG. That just means that, hey, you know what? Yu is in a very good condition and is not shying away to go for those very good engages. And we look into this team fight, immediately you would see the AoE effect of Xiaoma's Mega Inferno Bomb, including the fact that you have Enron 9 that will just go aggressive, hop over the wall, flash in, get that last hit. And although Remake was able to get the head of Yu, it is a very convincing win for KBG. WRL Season 2 winners. Oh my, they're threatening match point here, Giyang.
This is a massive lead right now by KBG. Even if it's just like 4,000, the substance of it is just really good. The gold funneling is perfect, well distributed to their carries. That's why we see every single one of them not being scared at all to face Nova Esports right now. It's because of the gold that they have acquired. And also, as they scale up, Nova Esports is going to have a much harder time resisting the damage. Look at that one Mega Inferno Bomb. Already a big chunk of health taken out. Yami trying to fall back. The Olaf as well. Long trying to run. Flashes away. But there's the chase. There's the slow Yu. Almost connecting the body slam. They should be fine. But again, this is the constant pressure that KBG... Remake. Oh my. Will there be a cast? No.
Okay. Wind becomes lightning. Going to hit the Grom instead of being that assassination tool. Wait, what? Okay, so KBG Xiaoma was very confident. He was receiving like tower shots one after another, but doesn't matter. Oh man, long with a long face right now for sure. 0-2 and 0 start for an Olaf. Dude, that's a nightmare. Definitely a very grim nightmare for his fans and for Nova Esports fans all across the world right now.
Nova. This draft is not working. We're not seeing their usual playstyle as well. KBG is fully recognizing this. They're making sure they regret this decision. We haven't seen any team fight that Nova Esports is in control. Most of the time we see them just trying to get the objective and run away. And that's not a good sign if you're Nova Esports, as KBG will just punish you for every single bit of lead that you give to them.
Yeah, again, my concern was, is Olaf really the answer to this lineup of KBG? I just don't think so, right? Like, after studying so many competitive games, I just know the extent of what Olaf can accomplish in a game. And in this particular draft, KBG has enough damage, has enough separation tool or disengage tool to make sure that the teammates of Long won't be there to help him. Now you look at Long, he wants to contest this dragon for sure.
Will they be able to be successful with it though? It's so difficult. Long is already low. KBG pressuring them down. There's a poke, there's a body slam, and they turn. There's the zap as well! And the grand challenge healing is perfect for KBG to sustain. Nova Esports trying to escape. They're unsuccessful and they lost so many members. KBG will get this dragon, will be able to defend that mid tower as well. Long just trying to get something from his own farm, but is being prevented by the Fjord of KG. Neon running away. Fortunately, there's a flash, but again, just the lead continues to build up for KBG.
Yeah, dude. Oh man, 2 dragons to the side of KBG, 8-1 in kills, and a very comfortable 8k gold lead for the reigning defending champions of WRL Season 2. And I guess it's time to really put on our thinking hat. How would Nova respond in the next game? How would they extend this into game number 7? Because again, just by looking into our screens right now, Giyang, this is already close to insurmountable. I mean, whatever Nova tries to attempt to do against KBG, KBG is there to respond, and with better items, Nova cannot do anything.
Yeah. It's frustrating to watch. This is not the Nova Esports we saw earlier in the first 2 games in the series. KBG just completely outplaying them in every single instance, winning in every single factor needed for this game.
Yeah.
And it's as if there wasn't any adjustment from the previous game, from game 4. We haven't seen any changes except for the champions. The process, the results are still remaining the same.
Yeah. Like, this is also my concern from yesterday's series. Nova Esports' reluctance to prioritize the Gragas in gifting it towards or over to Yu, over to who is it again? DY. It's It's a no bueno. You cannot do that here in competitive.
Yeah. Absolutely no way. Right now, KBG is slowly closing out this game, wanting to take this game out. I mean, this is basically match point if they win, and it's so hard to take away. Nova Esports, being a little bit desperate. They're just trying to stay in this game right now, not give this as easily as the previous game earlier. KG though is threatening on the back line, and the Crocodile is down instantaneously. The Olaf as well by Long is completely negligible at this point, and KBG just gets free 2 kills.
No jungler means one thing. Baron open for the taking. The zone. Ditching the Kazakhs is also a very welcome sight. Not a fan of his Kazakhs, but whenever he plays something else, something that can't really put more support towards his team, like the Xinjiao, like the Aatrox, it's a lot better, right? I think one of the bigger things that I really want to emphasize about the tone, whenever he's on a tankier champion like Xinjiao, like Aatrox, he's able to do more. Right? Like, we have to remember that one of his best champions is the Shen, and again, I'm just not a fan of his Kazakhs. Same, I think Dash also has the same opinion. How about you, Guillaume? Do you think, his Kazakhs needs to not show up anymore in this game?
Kinda. But though we did see that a while ago, it was okay. Okay.
Yeah. That's the thing, it's okay.
Yeah, it's not insane, right? Maybe, the same as right now, though. Nova Esports, this might be a chance. KBG is a little bit scattered. Neon is actually doing a lot of work.
Doesn't matter, though.
Still not enough. Not enough. KBG is just too far ahead that they can win even in a bad scenario.
15 minutes game incoming after taking the tower. First 2 minutes of the game. Neon by himself to defend. The Nexus Shield's anti-push is there though. Can it do enough though against a 3-man push by KBG? Looks like it's a done deal. We're heading into game number 6 with KBG on match point.
This time, they're not the ones catching up in terms of score. They're the ones threatening for a match point. That is a big difference. Because most of the time, we see KBG being the ones on the brink of destruction, and then they come back. This is actually a big growth coming in from this team. This is one way to redeem themselves and finally getting the revenge victory series against Nova Esports. Them having match point, them having a dominating performance for 3 consecutive games now. And Nova Esports is just completely lost at this point. They're the ones who are being put a little bit into question on what they should be doing, how they should be adapting for the next succeeding game. So take this to a game 7.
The Gragas is a concern really. Like, again, for some reason, Yami's reluctance to play the Gragas is really baffling me right now, Kyung. Like, since yesterday, we have seen them being open to have the Gragas open and be played numerous times by DY. DY has a very win rate on that champion. I imagine Yu has the same. Very high win rate on it as well. Oh man, every single one of the members of KBG did their part. Xiaoma with the highest damage dealt on that Ziggs. And again, Olaf being the answer by Nova Esports is a big no-no. KBG, by the way, they're just taking away the Fiora. They're not giving a champion that Long would be happy to play. Although game number 4, I did hype. Sorry, game number 4? Yeah, game number 4. I did hype his Yone by a bit. This Olaf, though, I had concerns from the get-go.
This is not the Long that we've known, making the miraculous plays and being the hero. This is a complete domination and a turnover by the Ton instead. We had our concerns before from the Ton, but this time I'm even surprised to not see any potential from Long as of the moment. Because even in the games that they've won, right, Long was on just riding with the rest, because Remake and Neon were the ones leading the pack in leading the growth in games 1 and 2. But in this 3, 4, 5 game, we haven't seen any redemption. Even if the Nova Esports was calling the hero, there wasn't the follow.
Lee Sin, one of the biggest wildcard that can change the tempo and flow of the series. Giang, we all know that Nova is very good on that champion. Reason why we have a Nova Lee Sin available in stores right now. But again, the concern about Lee Sin though is the double scaling composition, double marksman composition that may come and bite you come late game. But again, with the way things are going, the past few times that we have seen a win from KBG, late game was not even needed. Right?
Yeah, 15 minutes.
15 minutes, 16 minutes.
Game is done.
Like, Elder Dragon is not even invited to join Wild Rift.
Yeah. That's how dominating KBG is. Xiaoma, an MVP, marvelous. And they secured the tower in the bot lane in 2 minutes. Secured top lane as well. And dealt a lot of damage in all of the fights.
For sure. KBG Xiaoma, very deserving of the MVP. Giang.
We're gonna be moving to game number 6 immediately, guys. We'll just hop in a short break. We'll be back after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRLCN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRLCN with an impressive winner's stake, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram ERU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRLCN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRLCN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus EDG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRLCN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top rank will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains, who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragon,
We're moving to game number 6, and KeepBest Gaming this time around is the one threatening for match point. We are your casters, Gale and Nautilus. We have seen a dominating 3 consecutive game wins by KBG, but will that be turned around by Nova Esports? Let's find out.
Game number 7 has joined us and has shadowed us, Giang, for multiple series now.
Yeah.
It is up to Nova Esports to continue the trend of Game 7s all across the board. But KBG does not want that. They don't want Game 7 anymore. They don't want that pressure pack game in where we saw them facing a huge deficit against ThunderTalk. To those that are wondering what has happened to ThunderTalk has already been eliminated by KBG. We are now down to 2 teams trying to battle for that last spot. And no, finally! Thank you, Coach of Nova, for listening to me.
I was squinting my eyes. I was wiping it off because I thought I was just seeing an illusion or something. Refusing the Gragas for Yami. First time. All right.
And then immediately KBG responds with...
Is this it? Oh! Oh my!
Yeah, this is the Game 7 special in where Nova Esports went for the Gragas Wukong Yasuo, right? Double activator setup. Now if you're KBG, what do you do with this? Definitely your double pokes won't be able to do much because of the wind wall. Oh man, this is Nova Esports saying, hey, you know what? We have something in store for you. We have a big surprise, and the surprise is Neon on the Yasuo with 100% win rate, by the way.
They need that hero. They need the 7-0 win rate of this Yasuo of Neon. The trio of Nova Esports in terms of setups, in terms of team fighting, in terms of outplay potential, everything has to be channeled. They reserved this for a possible Game 7, but they need this right now. And it's hopefully it's gonna work, right? I mean, this is the composition that works every single time they need it. KeepBest Gaming, they got shocked a little bit. They thought that Nova Esports won't be that much interested in picking this composition anymore,
Jax.
but looks like they are ready for it as well with the Jax.
I mean, it has to work because the season is on the line for Nova Esports. If Senna. Okay, well, this is... Oh, man. All right. Nova Esports is just throwing all the games that we have casted so far today and has started to be not just... to be... What should I call this? Adaptive to its full potential, to the maximum, because now they have a Senna and they have a Yasuo, which really, I don't know, like they're banking too much on the Yasuo to be able to carry them. Although there is this fasting Senna strategy in where Yami would have more access to resources, it's just too much. Like, you're asking Neon to really carry the show for you, damage wise.
Yeah, it's scary. It's very scary. I'm thrilled, but also concerned at the same time, because again, this is usually reserved as the last straw. But KBG is also responding. We see the Jax on Andran actually in the mid lane.
Okay.
And I believe we only have seen this a few times. But whenever he gets this champion, he actually gets the MVP on it as well. The last time that I've seen him on the Jax, it was during the regular season.
I think he used it against ThunderTalk, and where they lost so bad. And I was saying that Jax is not the good option for Unrun 9 because he needs to be felt from the get-go, not be that late game insurance. And we all know that, you know, the Jax being drafted here is more for defensive prowess, not really for offensive. But in this game, I actually like the draft of KBG, and I like the Jax against the Yasuo. The main reason why I like the Jax against the Yasuo here in Wild Rift is that you are able to dodge all the skills of the Yasuo using the counter strike. So say for example you have an empowered Steel Tempest and that you have the tornado. If you have the counter strike ready and active, you can dodge the tornado even if it hits you. It's not the same interaction as as the PC version, and where you can still get knocked up if you have the counter strike. So that's one of the small things that I often abuse as well in my solo queue games back in the day when I was playing Jax. But after it got nerfed, well, I'm having double thoughts. Anyway, looking as to how Nova started this is more allowable because they are now going for a lane swap in where the Senna will be helping out the Garen. Meanwhile, the Gragas will be in the bot lane, farming and soloing golden XP.
There's also like so many auto attacks on the side of Nova Esports, which makes this Jax more preferable for Anran to fully utilize. And even during that game against Thundertalk, right, he was zoning a lot of members away. Not just being able to fully utilize it simply because of the Akali matchup, but in this case, it's just perfect here against Neon. And he is actually doing a really good job as well. Winning the lane, chunking down the health of Neon lots of times. Bot lane, though, Yami has to fall back. Fortunately, was still able to body slam away.
Yeah. But he needs to be very careful from now on, right? Like, the engage. Oh man, the laning phase. Jax really owns this. Oh man, I tell you, right, like this is also my go-to whenever a Yasuo gets auto-locked, and I know for a fact that it's going to the Baron lane. If not the Renekton, I go for the Jax because again, it's just so easy to outplay a Yasuo as a Jax in the early stages of the game. Now you look at the tower plates here in the bot lane, similar to what happened in the previous game. Shaoma and Yuyu was able to get majority of the tower plates available already. Like, oh man, 4 tower plates here in the bot lane. Accelerated start for KBG once again. Doesn't look like that Nova needs to find that rabbit in the hat. Needs to find that magic miracle, because again, if you give KBG a lead, they are the team. Do not surrender any of those.
KBG still is the one leading this game, similar to how the last 3 games went. And Nova Esports, well, this is a scaling composition. The Yasuo and the Senna will take some time before they have like their really good value. So they have to be very patient and not be too greedy. And oftentimes that's the disadvantage that some teams actually have. They try to be aggressive in the early game, even though they do have scaling champions, they get punished and they have a much harder time scaling up. Eventually, the enemy team takes full control and ends the game. They don't want that here, especially that the season is on the line.
Yeah.
KBG is just respecting, just giving them a hard time.
And this is also KG's best champion, in my opinion. Fiora going against the Garen, oh man, like cannot ask for more. Wow, what a play by Yuyu.
Oh, well, it's being
no flash.
Though. They do get the kill, man. Absolutely no way to escape.
Yeah, Yuyu with the Proto Belt, flashing in with the Pulverize. No way to react if you are Nova Esports. And you look at the bot lane, Guillaume. First tower pre-5 minutes, pre-4 minutes for KBG.
It's still the same, man. It's still the same. Even if this is their trump card, KBG is still reading them like a book. It's still a dominating start.
They are in a very good start indeed, Yang, and I cannot believe it. Mainly because I thought, we would always have a game number 7, but initially I know, and we can fully trust Neon on this Yasuo because of his stellar play and skill on the champion, but can only do so much as one player, and that's my concern. It's still far from over though, but it is clear that KBG was able to dominate the early game and is now enjoying a 3k gold lead. Now Yuyu even went for the Proto Belt, which means all those engages by this Alistar will just have that extra mobility, extra oomph as well. So you have to be careful if you're Nova, especially Remake. Remake is very squishy. We all know that Senna, and you know this, right? As a Senna main. Like, oh man, Senna, you don't want to be in the wrong position. You look at Yuyu here.
Yeah,
engaged.
he as well. Doesn't want to be in a bad position, but he is right now in this very bad spot. And they're just going to be giving this to Andran. Another free kill. Well, this gold injection to Andran is going to be a big problem for Nova Esports. So they do get the Herald though. At least it's not a one-sided in terms of objective.
Dominus falling in the favor of KBG. That was a long lane. Now KG just needs to be careful. He can surrender this tower. There is already the tower in the bot lane that was secured. However, he can still challenge this because Yu is again here. The guy that is everywhere. Oh man, the Yu special. The Yu show once again creeping up. Showing up when it counts, when it matters. Game number 6. Final stage on the line. KBG dominating early game. 6 minutes, 4K gold lead.
Nova Esports has been trying to mitigate the pressure of KBG. They're giving objectives away. They're not dying as much as possible though. And that's the only good side that we're seeing right now from Nova Esports. Maybe later on we would see a tipping point wherein Nova Esports will start to resist KBG, but it's just so difficult to do that still, given the composition that they have. So this puts more pressure on Nova Esports, especially Yami. His cast later on has to be picture perfect.
Yeah, it's asking too much of Neon, to be honest with you. Like, you have to have the perfect engage, catch not just one but 2 people. You look at Long right now. Oh, another engage by Yu, Shama in the back line. That's it.
Yeah, Long is dead, and they can just muster them out. The Aatrox is having such a good time. Dawn already with a double kill. Can he secure the triple kill? Maybe not so. The spin to win is dealing too much.
He missed.
Kauma though is gonna get threatened. Never mind, it stays alive. Remake will do the trick as he gets the shutdown at least on him. Still able to pick up a kill, but that is without KG. That was a 5v4.
Yeah, it's a 5v4 and was a 3-4-3 in the end, if I'm not mistaken. And now KG, long lane. Okay, well, he still has a post, and I believe he does have a flash. Grand challenge to just add more move speed to this already very mobile Fiora. And KG will just say, bye-bye, defective. Detective. What defective? Bye-bye, detective.
Detective. Detective.
Yeah, detective. It's a Lupin reference, by the way, for those that doesn't know. But we look into this play again. Long receiving 1 Icathian Rain and 1 Darkened Blade, immediately chunked down less than half health. And let's look into this replay again. Neon was so good again on the Yasuo. He was doing millions amount of damage, but this tornado not hitting Shauma. Oh man, that's bad.
Oh,
speaking of bad. Oh, okay, finally.
That first kill, but he will trade his life though. So not really the best for Nova Esports. And now they turn. Tom is having the best time right now. As the Alistar is just, doing that sound.
Yeah, clink, clink, clink. Whenever you hear that, you know what is in store for you.
Death is knocking on the door when you hear that sound. As now Yitza gonna be falling down. Grand Chance is propped up, and here comes Neon. Starting to pop up, but enough will deny everything here from Nova Esports. KG and Shama free hitting for days now. Both of them go in. Even Yu goes back. KG though taking the tower shot. He will stay alive. Never mind, he doesn't. But they do get the tower still.
A random wild Rift Herald appeared. Wait. a wild Rift Herald appeared out of the blue. I think that's a misclick for sure, right? Like, I think he wanted to use the ward. He wanted to use the sweeper lenses. Turns out he has a Rift Herald, and that's another blow to Nova Esports. Yeah, we're looking to that replay again. And if you're Neon, that's a nightmare. Every single time you see a Jax using his counter strike, there's no counterplay. None whatsoever. You cannot use your Steel Tempest, you cannot use your normal attacks, you cannot really do a thing. And in Run 9, with the help of Pizza and Remake, he went down. Right. But at the exchange of so many things in the favor of KBG, you look at that tone. He's the unsung hero of this game as well. Alongside Yu, buddies are just leaping up and down every single time. Small knockups happen here and there. And Shauma again, very very consistent on the Kai'Sa. It's just so KBG one-sided right now, Kyung.
Oh man, KBG. They're sensing it. They're feeling it. They're very close to that sweet, sweet victory. All they need is to continue on the onslaught, on the pressure, on the kills. That's now Neon.
Wait, what?
Killer
Shama.
Instinct. He's gonna be dead. Windwall to try and stay alive, but it's not gonna be enough. But yes, Remake's gonna be the next target. Adam is there to do the damage. And Nova Esports lost 2 members. The knockup is there. Long desperately trying to run away. But the slows are there. It's gonna be pushed back and hold in his place. KBG with 3 kills. They can just go in the mid lane, bash more towers, take more gold.
Double-digit gold lead already at 10 minutes. This is Nova crumbling down, and KBG just sending a message that whatever wins you had in the first few parts of the playoffs, in the first stage or the first day off group stage, it doesn't matter. What matters is that in this game you get to say goodbye, and this will be an early vacation for Nova. Look at Neon, he's the bright spot. He was supposed to be the savior, but with the amount of lead of KBG, even Shalma is not afraid of him right now. Like wind wall doesn't matter, AK Thin Rain, some of the bullets will still rain down on you. Oh man, this is so sad. If you are a fan of Nova Esports and if you're a fan of KBG, looks like that their dream of going back-to-back is still alive.
Yeah, this is the perfect time to redeem yourself, and a perfect time to support KeepBest Gaming as they're on their way. This is a team that struggled against Nova Esports, lost in the regular season, lost in the playoffs as well. And the last time, the third time that they meet, they're the ones knocking on the door, knocking on the series, threatening for a reversal.
What a way to answer the asshole, by the way. Such a genius. This is also KBG learning from their past mistakes or from their past failures. We have to remember that when KBG went against Nova during the first stage of playoffs, they got surprised. Game number 7, Yasuo got locked in, and they got easily dismantled by Nova Esports. They got pushed into the lower bracket. This is KBG saying, hey, you know what? You cannot do the same trick twice. We will be able to adapt. And this Kai'Sa problem that Nova was able to utilize effectively during games 1 and 2, KBG had the proper response by owning the early game. And then on the flip side, now that they have the Kai'Sa, the problem is on Nova's side. Like, Nova just got checkmate, man. Checkmate.
Yeah, checkmate. Nothing. There's no angle to work around anymore. The ropes are cut. The edges are shoved off right now by KeepBest Gaming. There's no avenues in which Nova Esports can squeeze their way, but they're attempting to do
Desperation.
so. Oh, they're being desperate, yeah. Come on. They're waiting for his target. They can burst him out. Fortunately, they do. That's one way to deal with it. It's not enough to turn the tides around, but that's a start.
Yeah. That's a jungler dead for a good 40 to 50 seconds. Nova can threaten the Baron. I don't think this is the right idea. Amount of folks coming from Shalma. Amount of engages available to KBG. They're just waiting, circling down, making sure that Nova has nowhere to run.
Oh, they try, but they're just stuck right now. This is the pincer moment. KBG is happy with this. They're taking them down. Nobody can escape. It's only Yitz is staying alive. But you're on the other side, the wrong side. But yeah, you do get the Baron. But Nova Esports has only one thing in mind. Push the Nexus. Run it down mid.
Can Yitza do it though with the Baron empowered minions? He can present some resistance for sure. This is the 4-man squad, 5-man squad of KBG. 1v5, everybody.
Miracle will not happen anymore as KBG finally, after 2 times losing to Nova Esports, they get the sweetest revenge and qualify to the finals.
KBG completes the 4 teams that we will be casting and we will be watching starting July 21. CN top 1, J-Team. CN top 2, KBG. APAC top 1, NGX. APAC top 2, KT Roadster Y. The 4 teams will be meeting in the final stage that will happen again on July 21 onwards.
Man, it has been an incredible journey by all of our teams. Heck, that was the most insane journey of KeepBest Gaming. They redeemed themselves so much here, taking down Nova Esports, learning a lot from J-Team, learning a lot from Thundertop, from JDG, and applying everything so that they can defeat Nova Esports one last time. And the whole comparison is now broken. History did not repeat itself anymore. 4 consecutive one-sided victory, 17 and a half minutes, 17 minutes and 48 seconds, 15 minutes, and another 15-minute game by KBG. Everything one-sided.
Starts with UU for sure. Every single time that he is feeling it, every time that he's on the good side of the bed, right? Like, oh man, like UU will just ravage everyone. Be that in-game leader to lead KBG to victory. And MVP for 109, number 1 assist player in UU. What a day for them, right? And now qualifies for the final stage. There is also that possibility that they will go back-to-back WRL Season 2. They are the champions. WRLA Season 1. Against J-Team, against NGX, and against KT Roadster Y. One would say, yeah, we like their chances.
This is an incredible a series that we have watched. It's fascinating. It's a little bit sad to see Nova Esports struggle this much, especially after starting the series with a 2-0 incredible win. But then after KBG had the better reading onto them, had the priority on Gragas, and UU just, I don't know, suddenly he just snapped. It was like, okay, time to not pull the punches anymore. And he did not hesitate at all.
Yeah, he outperformed Yami by a mile. Same can be said for DY. Like DY and UU threatening the Gragas, forcing Yami to pick up the Gragas, forcing the Yasuo pickup, immediately getting answered by the Jax. And I tell you, Giyang, to all those players or viewers right now, if you are getting bothered off a lane, where you can play against the Yasuo and win convincingly and easily, choose Jax, because one counter strike, there's no counter play that the Yasuo can do. You cannot use your window. I mean, you can dash for sure, right? But it takes a lot of skills. It takes a lot of dashes to be able to at least outplay a Jax that just needs to press one button. Anyway, MVP, UU, for 1 and 12. Kill participation of 89%. And in my opinion, he is the series MVP.
Yeah. Without a doubt, the series MVP. The playmaker here on the side of KeepBest Gaming, and perfect delivery as well by every single member of KeepBest Gaming as well. A perfect way to land the decisive blow against Nova Esports. We can't help but feel just happy for them, proud that they're still here. The reigning gods of the WRL series are still here, and they're looking to be there on the finals stage. Here is the scoreline. It's no longer Game 7, Nautilus. Finally. Streak is over. No Game 7 whenever we cast. But it is still an amazing one.
Yeah, I guess we have to thank you. Thank you, UU. Because, man, was a beast. 4 consecutive times I feel UU made a splash. Right? A difference, a big gap in rotating and in controlling the tempo of the game. We're looking to the brackets of the CN conference, and may have started with Nova winning against KBG, but the final game that really would determine who joins J-Team KBG was able to find the answer to the long-withstanding puzzle of Nova Esports.
It's just fascinating, man. How we see these teams evolve mid-season, mid-series, and quickly apply what they have learned, quickly patch up their mistakes as well. This is top tier, definitely the best of the best in the world right now. J-Team, KBG, Nigma Galaxy, and KT Rolster Y. We are just so excited for that final stage, but congratulations to KeepBest Gaming. Welcome to the finals.
Joining J-Team as the top 2 CN teams, KBG being led, of course, by their MVP mid laner and Run 9. Oh yeah, like I'm not 100% sure as to what patch we'll be playing on the 21st, because it is very much possible that we're going to change over to patch 4.2b. But if it ever happens, like, I know new champions will be played by all the teams that we will witness. New strategies will be employed. And more importantly, the team that will adjust on the fly will end up winning the whole thing. Because we saw how KBG got decimated during game number 1 and game number 2, right? And then with the necessary adjustments, I kind of have to give not just you the MVP, but also their coaching staff. That long break, remember Giang, after game number 3? Yeah, that long break was key to the series, because after that game number 3 win and after that very long break in where we saw KBG altering their playstyle to be more early game focused, they never looked back.
Yeah, they just evolved, and they as if they had a different form, much scarier form, one that should be feared come finals as well. It has been an incredible journey. We completed the APAC side. We have completed the CN side. Any final words, Oculus, before we close this?
I think we have to. I think we have to go on a break first, because there will be a ceremony right after this. So Giang, go ahead.
We'll be right back, guys. See you after this short break.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRL CN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRL CN with an impressive winner's stake, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram ERU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRL CN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRL CN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus EDG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRL CN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JD. After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRL CN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRL CN with an impressive winner's stake, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram ERU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRL CN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRLCN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus ADV. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRLCN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top rank will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains: who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
After 2 months of intense competition, the WRL A1 regular stage concluded splendidly, with 8 teams from WRL CN and 4 teams from WRL APAC emerging as the standout performance among the rest. KBG secured the top position in WRL CN with an impressive winner stick, closely followed by JT. In WRL APAC, Seoul KTRY showcased remarkable dominance, while Bariram BRU also displayed commendable performance. For those summoners who crave more action, the playoffs will commence on June 21st, where the 12 victorious teams will continue battling for the prestigious title of WRL A1 champion. The playoffs in both WRL CN and WRL APAC will follow a BO7 double elimination tournament, allowing only 2 teams from each conference to progress to the finals. The first place team from the regular stage in WRL CN, Team KBG, will go head-to-head against Team Nova, while the remaining team, JT, will directly versus EDG. The 2 victorious teams will then compete for the first spot in the WRL CN finals. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the 5th place JDG team will select TE as their first round opponent, while the remaining team, WBG, will confront TT. The winner of the first round in the losers bracket will then face the opponent determined by the first place team in the regular stage, and the final winner will earn a spot in the finals. Additionally, the 4 teams from WRL APAC that advances to the playoffs will also engage in the double elimination tournament, where 2 winners will be chosen to proceed to the finals. The finals will unfold over 3 thrilling days, promising an unmatched level of excitement. On the first day, the 4 teams will engage in a BO1 single round robin, and the team that finishes with the top rank will secure the first ticket to the grand finals. The remaining 3 teams will then face off in a single elimination bracket on the second day, vying for the chance to compete against the top-ranked team. Finally, on the third day, the 2 winning teams will enter a gripping BO7 Ultimate Showdown to determine the ultimate WRL A1 champion. With all 12 teams fully prepared, the question remains, who will emerge victorious and claim the coveted championship glory after enduring such intense competition? Get ready for a wild ride. Let's eagerly anticipate the thrilling spectacle together.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks.
Hello， 现场以及屏幕前各位亲爱的召唤师们，大家晚上好，欢迎回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是子琪。在紧张激烈的比拼之后呢，我们有4支战队最终锁定了决赛的名额，他们分别是帕赛 NGX、首尔 KTRY、J-Team 以及 KBG 战队。Hello everyone, welcome back to the 2023 Wild League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. After the TED competition, finally we got 4 teams getting into the final. They are Pasai City Enigma Galaxy, Soul Kitty Roster Y, J-Team and KBG. 那首先呢，让我们有请成功晋级决赛的 CN 赛区战队代表上台，让我们有请 J Team 0711以及 KBG 安然9。Now we're gonna have the representatives from CN, J Team 0711 and KBG 安然9。欢迎两位选手啊！今天也是非常激动人心的一天。11哥对于挺进决赛有什么样的感想吗？
挺开心的嘛，因为感觉能再拿一个冠军了。
Okay, 0711 just said, I'm pretty happy about this and got the full much confidence to have this championship title. 那我们的安然9选手又见面了，对于最终就是顺利挺进决赛有什么样的心情吗？
还是蛮开心的吧，能去决赛跟这3个队伍交手，给大家呈现精彩的比赛，我们很开心。
Okay, Anran just said I'm pretty happy about the result, and we can just represent of the CN to play against with another 3 teams. It's my honor. 那再次感谢两位选手，也期待你们在决赛有更精彩的发挥。两位可以先到台下稍事休息一下。接下来呢，我们将会有请成功晋级到决赛的 APEC 赛区的战队代表选手上台。我们将会有请到的是 NGX 的 Draw 以及 KTRY 的 Duo 选手。Now we're gonna have the representative players from the APEC. We're gonna have the NGX Draw and the So Kitty Roaster Y Duo。非常欢迎我们两位选手，有看到他们的手中呢拿了一些特殊的物品，那想要采访一下他们带的物品是有什么特殊的含义吗 ？Hi Joe, I see you just take some souvenir to us. So what is the meaning behind this?
This thing, I brought this here because this represents my whole team. Because like this crystal, we are solid that can get through everything.
OK， 那我们的周选手说呢，他今天为大家带来的是一个他们地区的一个特产的水晶。那他带到这里呢，是因为这个水晶他认为代表着他们整个战队的一个精神是无坚不摧，然后可以面对任何的挑战和困难。那接下来想要问一下我们 KTRY 的代表，我们的周选手今天为我们带来一件什么样的一个纪念品呢？
기념품 소개해드릴까요?
이 돌은 이번 대회를 상징하는 느낌의 돌이고 저희 팀의 우승을 기원하는 것 같습니다.
是希望我们队伍获胜，寄宿了我们队伍的愿望的一个石头吧。
Okay, Drew just said is a representative of our team minds. We hope we could beat all the challenges with this crystal. 那么我们今天呢，选手们带来的物品呢，也会被一同融入到我们全新的赛季奖杯之中，凝聚成属于英雄联盟手游的热血精神和情感记忆。接下来呢，我会为大家解释一下两位选手提到的奖杯升级。随着英雄联盟手游职业联赛升级为亚洲联赛，成为拳头游戏的首个跨赛区职业移动电竞联赛，我们将象征着手游职业联赛最高荣誉的冠军奖杯纳什男爵之眼，融合亚洲元素，进行全方位的部件升级。那这不仅代表着赛事定位以及价值的提升，选手物品的这个熔铸呢，也象征着我们电竞精神的链接与融合。So these souvenirs taken by our 2 players gonna be casted into the brand new trophy of the season. As the unique part, spirit and the memory belong to Wild Rift. Now I'm gonna talk to you about the upgrade of our trophy. Wild Rift League Asia 1 became the first cross-region mobile esports, along with the Wild Rift League upgraded to an Asian league. So we will make a full component upgrade for our trophy, the Very Nauseous Eyes, which symbolize the highest honor of the Wild Rift League Asia. Combined with some maybe the Asian references, so this not only represents the repositioning and the value rise of our tournament, but also it's a symbol of our link and the fusion of the mobile esports. 那么接下来呢，我们肯定也是要问一下两位选手晋级到决赛有什么样不同的感想呢？ So how's the feeling to finally get into the final maybe?
It feels really great because we had a chance to go on the stage again. This time we will do our best.
OK， 我们的中国选手也是信心十足的说到，非常开心可以最终挺进决赛，也代表着他们有机会呢再次来到线下的舞台和其他的对手去交手，也代表他们可以走得更远。他们将会在决赛的舞台呢为我们奉献出全部精彩的表现。那下面想要采访一下我们的Duo选手，进入到决赛有什么话想要对大家说的吗？
결승전까지 올라왔잖아요. 기분이 어떠세요? 그리고 뭐 하고 싶은 말 있어요?
좋은 선수들과 재밌는 경쟁할 수 있는 기회 만든 것 같아서 되게 기쁘고 흥분됩니다.
有能跟来自各大赛区的选手一次交锋的机会，然后很开心，很兴奋。
Okay, Duo just said I'm very happy got the chance to play against players from our region is pretty excited for me。那么再次感谢我们的2位选手，也期待你们在决赛有更多精彩的表现，也感谢我们的翻译。那接下来呢，让我们有请 CN 赛区出征战队的2位队长回到台上。接下来呢，让我们有请腾劲体育 WRL， 我们可能要往左边 ，just move a little bit， 安然往左边一点点。OK， 接下来呢，让我们有请腾劲体育 WRL 生态负责人楚彤先生上台，为4支成功晋级决赛的战队队长们颁发奖章。Now we're gonna have the Wild Fleet Competitive Operations Lead, Mike Chu, to present the medals for all the players. 感谢我们的楚彤先生，可以和我们的4位选手代表合影留念。Now join together for a group photo. 再次感谢我们的楚彤先生，也可以和我们的选手们呢一起先下台就坐。Now you can take your seat. Thank you. 风起云涌，筑梦滚烫，热血少年们在赛场上不惧风浪，向我们展示出了强大的韧性和坚定的决心。这段通往冠军的航船将由他们自己掌舵，任凭浪起，水雨争锋。让我们一起期待4支队伍在决赛的精彩表现。再次感谢今天出席的各位嘉宾选手们，同样也要感谢现场以及守候在屏幕前的各位召唤师们。首届英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的决赛将于7月21日正式开赛。那么各位召唤师们，让我们相约在决赛的舞台，不见不散。So all the players on stage got the heart to go through any adversity. They never afraid of the storms. They got all the future rewards that who press on with all the patience and the firm determination. So thank you again for all the guests and players, also for each of you on set and back home watching. So our final gonna start it on the July 21st, the meet up with you guys on the final stage.
Oh yeah, what a way to close that ceremony. Everyone is excited for what's coming in store for us. The top 4, 2 from the APAC side, 2 from the CN, all coming together in one final stage to reach the very top.
Indeed. So many challenges did come the way of all the teams that we have from CN Conference and APAC Conference, but we are now down to 4 teams, 2 from CN, 2 from APAC. Final stage, everybody, is going to happen on July 21, so we're going to enter a very short break. Like, I know, in the regular programming, you're expecting every weekend to have some Wild Rift action to join you, but we have to wait at least for 1 more week. So yes. July 21, mark your calendars.
Yep. And thank you to everyone who stuck around till the very end of this live stream. Thank you so much to Riot Games, BNG Games, and Coca-Cola for making this event possible. We have been your casters. We will see you after this very, very short 1 week break, and then we go straight into the finals. But for now, we are gonna be bidding good night. See you guys.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.